Hello, friends, and welcome back to Day 1 Witnesses, State's Witnesses, Collin Griffith trial. Yesterday we checked out opening statements. What else did we check out? Just a few bits and pieces. Very tacky, very sloppy. What a mess. But we had a good laugh with our favourite attorney, our new favourite attorney, the Limbo champion, 3-time county gold medalist Limbo star. Put it down to 15 inches. Lower. No one has ever attempted it this low. Lower. I've been training for 6 months, okay? We had such a fun time last night with this is why I love the show, you know. How do we look at a murder case like this horrific murder case with this psycho kid that got off? I mean, there's not much to find funny, but somehow we pull it out of the bag every time, okay? Lower! Oh my God, it was so good. Yeah, anyone who didn't check out last night's show, you can find that on our channel page. Okay, so what have we got for you this evening, guys? Welcome everybody in chat. Look at this. You know, usually I put at the beginning of the chat, who's going to be first? Who will be first in chat? And I was just about to do it, and then Queen Olive just gets in there. So, see you all soon. Just showing me up, Queen Olive. Showing me right up. Welcome, Queen Olive, Piebird, Jill Jane. Fantastic, guys. Let's get set up here. What do we need? We need that over there. Good. Got the chat going. Good. What about everyone else? Yeah, sorry about the late notice again, guys. But, you know, I was asleep. We have Amy to thank again for waking me up and saying, get up! Get up! Stream! You know, I can't resist. I can't resist coming to stream. It's just so much fun. Yeah, and on a side note, we are starting to upload the entire trial. I've done my best to, like, fix the audio. I never know. You know, the amount of money that Law and Crime Network, Court TV, all those guys, the amount of money that they have. And they can't just spend 5 minutes. Well, it's a bit longer than 5 minutes, but, you know, they have better equipment. Fix the audio. There's a little bit of background hum, and it's distracting. So I have taken the decision to fix the audio myself, and I'm uploading the entire trial to the YouTube page in segments as well. I find it so... Even to this day, I look for stuff in trials, and I'm like, what was that witness? What day was it on? And then you find like a 7 or 8 hour video, and you have to go through it and skip and go, oh, there's that guy. Was it before him or after him? And you have to find the witness. So I am splitting the entire trial into independent videos for each witness, labeled with their name. So for future generations that want to look at this psycho kid, it'll be easier for them to navigate. What do you think about that, guys? Can we get a round of applause for Metrix for taking the time? And I think it's adding value. I don't think they can copyright my ass for that. They should have done it themselves, right? I'm doing them a favour. Okay, so where are we? We need a video to play. Uh-oh. Not that one. We've done that one. Here we go. Haven't seen so much of the judge yet, but I did just check out jury instructions, which we skipped, and there was a pre-trial conference that's available on our channel page. I quite like him. Abdoni? Yeah, no, we'll be seeing more of Mr. Judge as we move right on through. Welcome, Laura. Welcome. How many people have we got in chat already? 8. Well, we are very... There wasn't much notice, and I haven't put it on social networks yet, but hopefully they'll come running. It's Friday night as well, so everybody's probably getting busy. Getting busy at the bars. This kid, even on the side of his face, right? Do you see the smirk? What is that? Why is he smirking? We had some contact from a channel called The Defense Rests today, which is a friend of our moderator, Udi, that we did a brief collaboration with during the Sarah Boone trial. Lady from Australia, and yeah, she asked me if she could do a reaction video to the video we put out last night, and said that let me just read out her comment. So this is interesting. Maybe we'll be finding more out about this sometime soon. It says, True Crime Metrix, hello there. Udi just sent me a link to your analysis of Collin Griffith, and I just wanted to ask if you minded us doing a reaction video with it. You are welcome to do it with me as well. I have not watched it yet, so I don't know what your views are, but I am of the strong opinion that it was self-defense. I have a new Discord server if you would like to join. Okay. Yeah, so The Defense Rests is in support of Collin being innocent by justifiable homicide for self-defense, and I'm kind of blown away by that, you know. I would like to know why. I'm a little bit nervous to find out. And as I've said, I'm all for giving the defendant a chance. I'm all for defense counsel putting together a good argument against the state. You know, I've had sympathy in the strangest places. You know, there's moments where I can have some level of compassion for Jodi Arias, but I think the most recent case, which is an example of me going against the masses, is the case of Devin Schreiner. You know, people were saying, "Oh, she didn't want to share custody, and you know, she's a narcissist." I didn't see any of that. I actually felt quite sorry for her. I felt like she'd been mistreated, and had just had enough. You know, just had enough. People taking advantage of her all over the place, and just snapped. And you know, have you ever done something that you wish you could take back? I have. Fortunately, not to the point of murder, but I've certainly done things that I wish I could take back. Yeah, so, but with this kid, I don't see any of that. I see a fucking psycho, and I think he'll kill again. Who's next? Who's next?
Please be seated. State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Laura Ellis with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Step this way. Stand right here and raise your right hand for the business witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, step around.
Just watch your step growing up. Just sit in the chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Next, proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800 hours of on-the-job training with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year goes on with classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the Sheriff's Office?
Forensic investigator.
What does that mean?
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed that we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
When you get there, what do you see first, or who do you see first?
I make contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters Detective Danny Peters with the Homicide Division?
Correct, yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Correct.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09 hours.
All right. That's 7:09 p.m.?
Yes.
Now, what was your first order of business once the search warrant was approved and you took the next step?
We started obtaining digital photographs of the scene as observed.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple, like, mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta, and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of the residence.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway, west of the residence.
Was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see States Exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly and accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes States 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B in the evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
They are received.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
We respond to the PCSO hangar in Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter, and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
And are those depicted in State Exhibits 167 through 169, in addition to a Google map overhead?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 167 to 169 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Received.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, before we publish the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might.
Thank you so much, Laura Lee, for the 3 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Very much appreciated, Laura. I got to get these alerts. Every time I have to add these alerts again.
See from different locations, depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene, and they tell us what they want us to collect or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not. But not surprisingly, we're going to start with State Exhibit 1. Can you see it on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you jurors as well see it? Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs, our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right.
I never get how in the States it always seems like people are unsure about military time. Does no one have a digital watch? I mean, of course 2100 hours is 9. That is that not common knowledge?
As we continue on, State Exhibit number 2. What's this?
That is the outside of the residence.
And is the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
State Exhibit 3. State Exhibit 4. Now, in State Exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the house?
There is. It's along the north side of that carport.
To the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I notice in the bottom left corner there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct, yes, sir.
State Exhibit 6. Did you notice something in the mulch that caught your attention when you were documenting the scene?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State Exhibit 8. State Exhibit 9. On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going back to State Exhibit 9, did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 10, outside, and now State Exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this sequence. Kind of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody drags somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Thanks so much, Amy, for those coffees. That's appreciated. And don't worry about my sleep. What is sleep? Who needs sleep? You know, this is what we do. This is our sleep. This is our sleep now.
If somebody dragged somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
State Exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house. How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
State Exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or a similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
State Exhibit 14. Do you know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Something I'd like to do soon, guys, is have a look at the art form of being a prosecutor or a lead defense counsel. Go through several examples of each, right? And try and build a spectrum, okay? We're going to look at a very good prosecutor and a very bad prosecutor and every one in between. Well, not everyone, but, you know, maybe we'll take a look at 5 prosecutors ranging from very good to very bad and everything in between, and then 5 defense counsels from very good to very bad and everything in between, and try and find the common denominators of what makes a good one, what makes a bad one, because this prosecutor is not great. I want to try and be kind. I want to try and find the good bits, but I'm still looking, right? This line of questioning to this witness, it's not engaging. It's not engaging me or you or the jury. The judge is bored. You know, I'd like to. Obviously, we'll be including Georgia Kappelman as a good example of what works. I think it's very important to be speaking to a jury, to be part of the community where you are, to be part of the community to which you are speaking. Obviously, Georgia Kappelman is a good example of the hometown girl brought it home, as Charlie would say, right? She knows how to communicate with her people. I don't know where this guy is from. I guess with prosecutors, it is commonplace for them to operate in their own district. But you know, it's not a prerequisite requirement or anything. It's you could be from New York and be a prosecutor in Los Angeles. I mean that or whatever. But yeah, no, I'd like to do a special episode, not looking at a trial, but looking at the art form of prosecutors, defense counsels, what works, what doesn't. Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. Subscribe to the channel because we've got a few good ideas coming out. By the way, we did create a goal at the top of chat. Just curious if, you know, the defense rests has an opposing view to me and many about this case. She believes that Collin Griffith was not guilty and that he acted in self-defense. So should Metrix do a collaboration with the defense rests where we can discuss, debate? Obviously, you know, you all know me by now. I'm not someone that needs to make others agree with me. I think there's way too much of that in the true crime world. Just look at Karen Reed, right? Just look at Stephen Avery. I'm not like that at all. I'll be happy to listen to her points and learn more about them. If you want to see a collaboration with Metrix and the defense rests, let us know by helping us reach our goal at the top of chat.
But so the AirPod outside, the AirPod inside, and the case for the AirPods, Once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State Exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that pathway lead to? If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does, yes.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like?
Goddamn mute button. Cough button. Someone said to me the other day, "Oh, great show, but please don't cough into the mic." And I do try, but I was a little sick recently. Michelle says, "Thanks as always for bringing a great combo of a great sense of humor and intelligence." I get most of that from my dog. And the Snoring Chocolate Lab soap, the actual star of the show. You know it. You know it. Thank you for the coffee, Michelle.
It was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean and in place?
It looks pretty clean and in place.
State Exhibit 16. Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
That's a sliding door there, is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 17. That's an entryway and an exitway?
Yes.
All right, now State Exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
This is State Exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
State Exhibit 20. State Exhibit 21. Is this a close-up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos, so it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at State Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Yes.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker in the Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So, in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Yeah, check out this comment. Michelle says that, "I swear this kid looks like he's wearing a rubber nose and glasses from the Halloween store." Isn't it, right? Imagine next year it's the 31st of October. You get a knock at the door. You got a big bucket of candy by the door. You go to open the door and there's 4 Collin Griffiths standing there. Dead eyes. You just throw the bucket of candy at them and slam the door and call the police. Yeah, kids will be dressing up as this guy for Halloween.
Prints.
Latent prints are Fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints?
Possibly.
Or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye?
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first, or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical. We let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off, and we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Winter Haven.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Correct.
And are there certain reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody...
Michelle, AJ is the sort of boyfriend-ish thing of Devon Schreiner. Devon Schreiner's the postal worker in Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, that shot her baby daddy 5 times in the face in broad daylight. And she went down for the murder, life in jail, no parole. And AJ is the big fat guy, the jailer, the prison guard, who also faced... has he been tried yet? Has he received a sentence? He's certainly arrested for felony murder, I think it is, yeah, because he was involved. He was like helping with the killing.
But he handles it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife?
No.
Thank you. For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by Investigator Ellis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you that any item that's received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations, so you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received. But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Okay, so make sure all the jurors can see it, and then you can have a seat. All right, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs. State Exhibit number 22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now, State Exhibit 23, could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that pictured?
It's a brown hearse backpack.
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you noticed at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and
Big System of a Down fan.
how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls or the cabinets, but seemed more down low?
Yes.
27. Now in 27,
Yes, Michelle, I'm boiling water. Boiling water in a steam kettle for my coffee. My 3 a.m. coffee. Yeah, if anyone wants to support the channel, buy me a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel, and the gray thing is a shirt.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
28. As we get closer to the
See you later, Laura. Thanks for showing up. Catch you soon. Catch you soon, Laura. We're gonna do an earlier show tomorrow, Laura. Where are you? I thought you were over in Vancouver. No?
slash backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
$29. I want to ask you about, in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood, is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time.
I think we might skip this witness. It's not that important. It's very clinical. We're going to skip and go ahead to... Oh, this is quite interesting. They're going to be talking about whether or not Collin wants to be present in the courtroom when his 911 call is played, right? And the judge says, I have never heard of a defendant waiving his right to hear the 911 call. And someone said on Discord today that they think that the defendant should be made to hear the 911 call. So let's see what that's about. Yeah, that the witness, the lady police officer there was just, she's a crime scene investigator. She's talking about photographing the knife. Oh, actually, the defense counsel had some interesting questions for this witness. Where is that?
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole of paint and a load of manure.
Did they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the...
Wasn't like you could just touch it. Wasn't like you could just touch it.
I do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay. I'll save that for somebody else then.
You see what I mean? How hard it is to navigate a 7-hour video. That's why True Crime Metrix is taking the time to separate everything out into individual labeled videos per witness with better audio. Check that out on our channel page. It's going to be uploading over the next 2 or 3 days, I should imagine. But yeah.
Use on her body, right?
Yes.
Um,
And her thumb and like the webbing there. Did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Michelle, this guy has resting psycho smirk, right? Just resting psycho smirk. Any time of the year, any event, any holiday, any occasion, could be graduation, Christmas morning, whatever it is, Independence Day. It's resting psycho smirk. Hashtag resting psycho smirk. That's what we should be doing. Hashtag resting psycho smirk. Is that too long of a hashtag?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
Thanks, Amanda. You like that thumbnail, do you? Well, yeah. It's not too bad. That one came out. But I've been slipping on the thumbnails. I really like to do nice thumbnails, and I need to commit earlier in the day and get it up early, set an alarm so I can get 3 hours of sleep. Yeah, we'll be doing it. We'll be doing it.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you. When you took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today, that was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7,
Yes.
right? And you didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene, at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen?
No.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yes.
So have you...
Okay, listen to the way that this defense counsel, I'd say she's a solid 7. A solid 7. Maybe pushing an 8 at times. She's not bad. I mean, she's not blowing me away or anything, right? But we've not got a Jose Baez up here. But she's pretty good at reshaping testimony. She's pretty good at finding areas that she knows that the witness won't be able to attest to, and pretty good at capitalizing on those areas to make it seem like the witness, isn't an expert or something like that, but without being rude, which is really important, because if you're a defense counsel and you're up there like calling, saying you don't know your job, what, you didn't you train, you didn't do any training, where was your training, where was your captain, that can alienate a jury, right? So she's very good at finding holes but doing it politely, and that's part of the art form, right?
You've been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their lives?
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay, so you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get close to the body?
Correct.
Okay, but it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
Yes.
may have stepped on things, right, like blood,
Yes.
and they may have moved items that got in their way, right,
Yes.
like the bag that we saw.
I love that we've got our resident caballeiro in chat. Michelle says, as a hairdresser, I must say, someone really jacked up the back of the defense attorney's hair. It's bad. The front isn't bad, but the back is completely hacked up, possibly with the same knife. I'll have to check that out. I missed that.
The are you also aware that Collin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to him prior to my arrival.
Have you been trained in how to do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first things anyone is instructed to do is to lay the person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
I do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay. I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you...
Are you aware about the mechanics of how wounds work? I mean, that's a strange question, isn't it? I'd have probably objected to that if I was Limbo Man. I'd have objected and said... What could he say? Calls for expert testimony. She's not a doctor. She's a photographer for the crime scene forensics, right? Are you aware about the mechanics of how wounds work? Objection. Calls for expert testimony. But the witness says no, essentially. And then the defense counsel's like, oh, okay, so I'll say that. I'll save that for someone else then. You know, you see what I mean? That's a courteous way to say, oh, so you don't have a clue? And the jury feel that. It's very, very good. Very good. Good tactic. You know. And you can apply this to your daily life, you know. A business meeting, a difficult client. You know. That's a huge reason that I love watching these guys, because these guys are trained in persuasion, in debate, in a certain type of, you know, good manners, but with agenda. It's very, very good. It's not just for the courtroom. It applies everywhere. It's a global skill.
You spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture?
Yes.
And one was turned upside down?
Yes.
So it wasn't like somebody just fell back out of their shoes, right?
It could be possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over?
Yes.
Okay. The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
The shirt that you talked about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Collin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Collin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck?
Above her head.
Above her head,
Yes,
okay.
on the floor above her head.
Okay. So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the wound from bleeding?
Possibly.
It was right near towels that were possibly serving that purpose as well, right?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of Collin ever?
I did not. I never made contact with Collin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection, left side of the shirt.
So like the torso area?
About right here. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to stand up and show the jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, so front left side of his stomach area.
Yes.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. That was forensic investigator Bange.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta,
Yes.
that key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't...
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way.
This officer looks the same age as the defendant. Well, could be like an older sister, right? Same generation. They could have the same age parents, put it that way. But yeah, doesn't she just look like a normal... Like, if you saw her in the supermarket, it's just some normal woman, young woman. And her job is to go to the scene of a horrific murder, and not just one, but, like, that's her job. And photograph the body. And I mean, how does someone get into that, you know? Someone's got to do it, I guess. But it's I'm glad that's not my job.
The keys that were in the kitchen,
Yes.
it was on a round key ring, right? With just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
And when you log evidence, you don't mention, like, key ring, because there are two Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to?
I specified what was on the key rings, but I didn't know what car key in particular went to each car.
The key ring that had just one car key on it, it had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir. I'm still remain on standby for later.
Losing a home run, that's like a Zen riddle. It's mutually exclusive. I like it.
All right. You're free to go for today. If you're needed back, you'll get a phone call. Thank you. Would you approach off the record briefly? Just housekeeping.
Okay, I think now they're going to discuss whether or not Collin wants to be present while the 911 call plays, right? And I think it's a tactic. I think it's a tactic so that the jury don't have to look at his face with resting psycho smirk while he's listening to the fallout and aftermath of his horrific psycho actions.
And our evidence is downstairs, so
All right.
call down for it.
Folks, I think we're going to try to take up one more witness before lunch who should not be very lengthy. The witness is downstairs now.
You know, I don't think he wants the jury to see the complete and distinct lack of trauma on his face as he's listening to himself call 911 and perform attempt emergency life-saving care to his mother who's bleeding out. What if the jury look over and say, look, he's just smirking over there like a psycho? That's not going to look good, right? But I've never seen a case where someone even attempts to request this. I'm really surprised. And one thing I noticed when I was watching this today, guys, that I didn't pick up on last night, is that in the pre-trial conference, just before the jury come in to receive the jury instruction, the counsels are talking to the judge, and they're talking to the judge about the limitations of how they can mention the previous homicide where Collin shot his father twice, once in the chest and once in the head. Right? They're talking about what they can and how they can and cannot represent that homicide to the jury. And it was ruled that the prosecutor is not allowed to say that homicide, we're not going to call it a murder yet, okay, that homicide, he's not allowed to say that it was his dad, because then the jury might look and say, okay, so he already killed his dad, and now we're here to decide whether or not he murdered his mother. You know, because it would create some prejudice, maybe, for, maybe he just really hates his parents, you know. So I was surprised. And I don't even think they were allowed to mention that it was said to be self-defense, because this homicide is claiming self-defense. They just refer to it as a killing. They're not even allowed to say that it was at his home. They're not allowed to say it was at his home, that it was his dad, or that it was in self-defense. It's... I mean, personally, I think that those elements are relevant to this matter, you know. He's killed both of his parents in separate incidents a year apart, and claims the same justification for each. You know, as far as patterns go, we're seeing a very clear pattern, and I really do think we're not, that this kid is not going to now go off and form a well-adjusted life. Is anyone under that illusion? Do people think that he's, you know, he was working at Domino's Pizza? Do we think that he's going to go back and work his way up the corporate ladder at Domino's and just, you know, settle down? It's like when people dip their toe into things that they shouldn't, like sadistic killing or pedophilia or things that are against the human, you know what I mean? Like people that dip their toe, they get a taste, don't they? And the only way that they can have that taste again is by recreating the same actions. I think this guy likes killing people. I haven't listened to all the evidence. I've listened to enough to have an opinion, and I can't imagine it changing. Who's next?
However, and I do need to speak with the lawyers about a matter before that witness testifies, so I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, please.
Wow, Addie just got back from 2.5 hours at the dentist. I think I'm going to be in there for like 5 days. Oh, it's coming up. Okay, so now they're going to talk about the cop who arrested Collin for the first murder. Homicide, whatever.
Exactly what limiting instruction or warning I should give the witness.
I think it should be limited to he conducted an investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency he belonged to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home, because with Collin being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some conclusions. a shooting death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Collin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged up to today.
Mr. William?
Your Honor, I would propose in conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem saying, not saying that it was a house. That the person that was killed was shot 2 times. Your Honor mentioned that I could ask the question about, or that the answer would be acceptable to be shot 2 times, once in the chest, 1 in the head. That it was not in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual. That the defendant was investigated and arrested for the killing. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes, and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand.
I really hope the Oklahoma prosecutor or cops or whatever go and pick him up for killing his dad. You know, it's still open, and they need to get him. They need to get him. This guy needs to be put away.
Handle motive potentially, but that anything beyond that, I do not believe. At this point, I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant. So, if the witness knows if at the time of this case, or if this incident, it was still an open matter.
And we could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney of Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges, period. I mean, they weren't investigating it in September of 2024.
Well, we all know that that doesn't matter. I mean, investigations are reopened all the time. But so, what is it you anticipate he's going to say about the time around?
If Your Honor is saying that would be confined to when she sent the text on that date, September 8th of 2024, then my understanding is that the officer would say yes, the case was still open and under investigation.
That's not your understanding of what he
No,
was saying?
not at all.
All right, well, he's on his way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hallway.
Right. Yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation is still open or not?
Well, Your Honor,
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
it sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he wasn't charged, and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it, which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime and that it's done and over with and that it was justified self-defense, which I think would be unfair to the state.
This Thornhill's point about open or not open is in some part well taken, but as I just said, you and I both know closed investigations are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no, I don't know.
Good. Closed investigations are reopened all the time. Let's reopen the case immediately. Let's get some detectives to just go over everything again. Just like review the entire case. Newly discovered evidence. You know, circumstantial evidence. All of it.
For sure what the statute of limitations is in Oklahoma, but I imagine, like Florida, there is none for a murder, first-degree murder. So that's really the important point, is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that, we decided not to charge him with some determination affirmatively that he acted in self-defense, or that he was, for some other reason, not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask that that was the final word forever. But where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation.
Lotus Spider 7 says, wasn't his dad coming at him with a knife? Well, apparently. Guess who told us that information? You know, there were only 2 people present, and one of them is dead. And it just so happens that the exact same thing happened again. My mother, she attacked me with a knife. She has ADHD, and then I tried to wrestle because I reacted. And we went to the ground, and she fell on the knife that went directly through her neck. Yeah. So, we don't know, but the big tell for me is he shot his father twice, once in the chest and once in the head. Now, if I'm being attacked with a knife and I am unable to get away, he said he was cornered, right? If I'm being attacked with a knife and my objective is to get away, out of the danger, you know? And I shoot my attacker in the chest, I think that'd probably do it. Right? That would end the threat. Okay? That would buy me enough time. Yeah, if the dad had a gun, you could say, well, he fell to the ground with a bullet in his chest, and he still had the gun. But what's he going to do? Fall to the ground and then throw the knife? You know, why? What was the need to shoot him in the head after shooting him in the chest? That's an execution. Right?
Investigation, the state attorney's office had reviewed it. They had opted not to charge him.
And all of that's assuming that he actually did have a knife, which we cannot know for sure because the only witness there is the boy, Collin.
Period. So us speculating what might or might not happen in the future, to either side, I think it would be unfair. And if they indicate that the investigation's open, that makes it sound...
Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the fabulous super chat. Go for it. This is for our goal at the top of the chat, guys, to do a collaboration with the Defense Rests, who is very much firmly in the camp that Collin acted in self-defense, killing his mother and father, I suppose, and that this was a case of justifiable homicide. So perhaps we'll do a collaboration if people want that. Yeah, vote for it with the goal at the top of the channel page. I don't know if we're going to get it. We've only had one vote in an hour. We've got 2 hours left. Yeah. I don't want to change her mind, but I wouldn't mind listening to her, how she has come to that conclusion, because I am so far away from that conclusion. Right? The first time I saw this kid, I was like, oh man, one of those guys, you know, one of those Koberger guys. I wonder if the Defense Rests thinks Koberger is innocent. She said Sarah Boone was innocent. I don't know if she's just being controversial for the sake of it or what, but we can explore that with the collaboration. Portugal to Australia. I think she's in Melbourne. Yeah, we can debate it. We can explore together. Yeah, goal at the top of the chat.
Like he's about to be charged with murder.
Well, I agree with that. Whatever's going on today or after the incident is not coming in and is not relevant. What was relevant, and what I think a jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case.
I do like the judge. I can always tell pretty quickly whether I like a judge or not, and this judge is all right. Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean closed forever. A decision not to prosecute is not binding forever.
How about if we say there was a decision not to file charges at that point? Leave it at that.
Mr. Levine?
Well, that's a true statement. I would ask them to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry.
And my understanding from Ms. Thornhill is that...
Yeah. Adi Zanone says, and he kept saying he's afraid he'll do something to her. Actually, it was a little bit stronger than that, Adi. What he said was, let me see if I can remember it verbatim. It was, more than anything, I want to see her bleed out and watch the life leave her body. That's how much I hate her. That sounds like a desire, a passionate desire, more than a concern that he might lose control. That sounds like an expression of expressed, an expression of intent, right? Yeah. Sounds like a sinister plan to me. I mean, yeah, he was saying it all the time. Getting his defense established. I know. He goes on. He even tells cops that he wants to stab his mom. And then guess what? He stabbed his mom. I'm amazed that this case got not guilty. And unanimously, every member, 12 of his peers, said not guilty. Incredible. If it was like a hung jury, maybe you could say it was like one of those jurors that just wants to do anti-state, protest sort of thing. But 12 members of his peers said not guilty unanimously. Incredible. I don't know exactly if it was 12 or 6. I guess it was 12. It usually is, right?
Decision had been made not to prosecute at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is, regardless of what I think or what she thinks, I think what the witness understanding is would give the court some, I guess, final guidance.
Yeah, Michelle. I don't want to bash. The defense rests. I don't have any need to convince her of my point of view or anyone else. It's just it is what it is. But she was very much of the opinion that Sarah was a battered spouse that had suffered under the reign of George Torres, and had to take her action in defense of her own life. And I couldn't believe that. I wonder, because it was just into the beginning of trial when I spoke to her about that, and I haven't spoken to her since. Like, after more evidence came out in trial, we saw additional video footage, we saw additional testimonies that we'd never seen or heard before, etc., etc., etc. So I wonder if her opinion altered or what. Maybe we can review that if we do a collaboration. Help us out with our goal at the top of the chat.
How you should rule. But if he says on September 8, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's going to kind of help both sides in terms of it'll come out that the defendant was not charged.
Hi, Udi.
It's clearly he hasn't been charged, but on September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024, if this witness knows that the case was still under investigation, but he hadn't been charged, then I would argue that's relevant and should be admissible.
But then that could imply that he's charged with it now.
I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this, is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but
He's probably
that's all
outside
it
now.
was a thought, and we didn't.
He's probably outside, so the defense and I can step out and get that resolved.
All right,
Why
should
don't
we?
Can we have him come in and proffer it so it's on the
Sure.
record? Thanks.
If you could, Deputy, if you could get Officer Christopher Hyde.
Sir, you can just stand at the podium right there.
Raise your right hand. Sworn to oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Levine?
Thank you. Officer Hyde, very narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, when Kathy sent a text message to her son, Collin Griffith, regarding exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder, to your understanding, on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes.
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted on any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting? Is that correct?
That is correct.
For these purposes, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's?
Thank you, Udi, for contributing to our goal to do a collaboration with your buddy down under. The defense rests with what did you say? Yeah, two diabolically opposed true crime brilliants. Well, I don't know about that. No, it should be interesting.
Office that investigated this case.
In 2024.
When in 2024?
June or July.
So before September 8th of 2024.
That is correct.
So, and you were fired by them?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken with the district attorney's office there.
Okay, and what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
That the case is still pending investigation.
Who told you that?
I wonder what he was fired for. Hey, I just want to comment on the courtroom. Does everybody remember the other day when we were looking at Charlie Adelson's trial and the fucking mess, trip hazard of wires and cables that were all around the what do you call the place where people walk? It's called like the sink or something. Anyway, you know, the floor in the courtroom there. Total mess of wires in Leon County. Just unbelievable. Look at this though. That is how it's done. Tidy. We've got little covers over the cables so they don't get kicked around. Very clear. Just the way the wires go up to the table, that is just fantastic. That is a professional job.
District Attorney Thompson, I believe is what I was saying.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other than they had not charged Collin Griffith?
On that date in particular?
Yes.
That is correct. I
Okay.
do not know on that date.
And then after Kathy Griffith died, you contacted the state attorney's office.
Acapella says, and since Collin wasn't tried, convicted for Dad's unaliving, does that mean that they aren't allowed to tell the jury it was the dad who died? How must those jurors have felt when they found out? Well, yeah, that's what's ruled upon, is that they are not permitted to tell the jury that the killing that he was previously arrested for but not charged was his own father, right? With the thought that that would be a reason for prejudiced in this separate matter, which I'm really surprised at. It seems like he had some really good, lucky wins working in his favor as regard to the standards of evidence and the restrictions on the states. But again, that goes to the ineffectiveness of the prosecutor and the shrewdness of the defense lead counsel. I mean, she walked all over him, basically. Thank you, Christina, and Mary, for helping us with our goal. Why did one of those not come through to the goal? That's okay. We'll count it anyway. We've got 4 out of 10.
In Oklahoma, and said, by the way, we have this text message. There might be some ring videos of him admitting to planning the death of his father. So I think that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of a text message.
Okay. So what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the district attorney's office in Oklahoma about Collin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report. I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office.
the defense counsel, her blouse, her shirt is the same color as her hair and skin, but I didn't see it at first. I thought she was just wearing the fucking blazer, just on her bare chest. If you squint, it's like she's just wearing the jacket with super cleavage.
I don't believe that they received the entirety of it.
Why would you have received it if you were no longer with the sheriff's office?
Because I requested it.
Why did you request it?
To be able to see if it needed to be reopened.
Right, based on this.
I had not previously seen it.
Okay. The timing.
You're not going to solve this. I'm not going to be answering.
The timing. February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct, that time frame.
So that's another thing I was worried about. I believe that's correct. Okay.
Just a question.
So,
You can argue it outside his presence.
so Collin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure of that.
Okay. So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation that the sheriff's office, and I don't remember the county, Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing about Collin Griffith again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was
Mr.
after
Pinto.
Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Collin Griffith and the death of his father came back up. So far as you know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Any additional questions for purposes of the proffer?
No, Your Honor.
Would you step outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
So I think Officer Hyde has established that on September 8th of 2024, there was no ongoing investigation into the death of Collin's father. So it's irrelevant that they're now investigating again.
I agree with that they're now investigating him again, but Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is when Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking after hearing the officer's answers. But I believe that he didn't know what the status of it was September 8th, 2024, which is kind of neither here nor there because I'm not going to ask about it. But I don't think it sounded like he knew what the status was. Now, so I'm not going to ask about the status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up when Your Honor issued a ruling on the motion of limine, and that was that would the witness, I was willing to stipulate to all of this information being presented to the jury without having a witness. Obviously, Mr. Levine can try the case the way he wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma. And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Collin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean,
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
he said, so
23.
far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very, he seemed a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Collin was charged.
I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill's concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of my, if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot, I'm fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I mean, I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th. That's where I thought I heard the, to my knowledge, or to, best of my belief. But
Well, I just want to make sure, like, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show, for the benefit of the jury, obviously honesty and clarity, that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
so, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury, members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was by the district attorney, something to that effect?
That is great. I've been trying
Mr.
to
Levine?
have that be the result.
But, I mean, if the witness gives forthright testimony that
Neverly Darling's got her son round for dinner tonight, Michelle, but she said she might come and join us later. She's cooking up a storm.
was not, that the district attorney did not, made a decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction. So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right. And then
No, I'm not going to say anything about the bond. Or no talk about bond. I was just trying to.
and sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident, that you really don't need to go into that? I mean, isn't it sort of apparent to even just a layperson that cases can be reopened? Homicides can be reopened. So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over in the filing cabinet, and that the only reason it might be open now is because of this incident, but that a jury would understand that the threat of exposure still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. Yeah, they said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it, and especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that, do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident.
Yes, and I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides, because neither side is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed, or is going to be filed, or is not going to be filed. It's really irrelevant the way Your Honor explained it and go into any further detail.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, Judge. I just wanted to make the record clear. I am not reading any previous
I know
objections.
you're not.
Okay. I think simple, short. He was a first responder. There was a death of a person, 2 gunshot wounds, 1 to the head, 1 to the chest. Collin was arrested. He was never charged, period.
And it was not disputed that the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly, but I anticipated and believed.
Hey, does anyone know what this means? I just got a tweet message from the defense rests that says, "Can you SM me, please?" What is that, SM? Can you SM me, please? Does anyone know?
I think with good reason that it might go beyond that.
All right. Do we have
like 30 seconds? I need to confer with the defense about one quick thing.
Could we have that the witness again?
goddamn mute button. I was saying that Riding Shotgun's put up a fantastic link there to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Links in the description. Links to all the links you need are in the description. We've got Patreon memberships, YouTube memberships, merchandise at merch.truecrimemetrics.com, buymeacoffee.com, social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the wonderful Discord. Fantastic Discord. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the Purple Heart coffee. Much appreciated, Amanda, and much appreciated to all our brand new members. We've had so many memberships this week, guys. More than 50. Quite a bit more than 50, I think. I mean, it's been like membership city over here. Everyone's got a star next to their name. Everyone's got their name in green, and everyone's so happy, and everyone looks so good, so good. Thank you, Riding Shotgun, and thank you, Amanda, for the Purple Heart coffee.
Sir, you're about to be called to the stand by the state, and both parties have agreed that I should instruct you on the limits of your testimony. You're going to be asked some questions, and you may testify regarding the following facts: that you were a first responder to.
Thank you, Jackie, for the what is that? For the vibrating heart coffee. Love and vibes to you, Jackie. Thank you so much for the 3 coffees. Wonderful, Jackie.
Killing in Oklahoma. You're not to say anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was his father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute.
Man, if I was this witness, I would want this written down. The judge is saying you're allowed to say this, you're not allowed to say this. You can say it was a home, you can say it was a home, you're not allowed to say it was a house. You can say that he was shot in the head and shot in the chest. And whoa. What? That's a lot to remember. Well, you know, in normal circumstances, it would probably be all right. But it's kind of a... How would you feel being on the witness stand? I imagine it's pretty nerve-wracking if it's your first time. You're up there, you're on TV, there's a judge, there's lawyers asking you questions, there's a jury, everyone's listening to you, everyone's looking at you. That would be, you know... Not everyone's going to love that.
That it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
I will ask the officer if he could identify the defendant.
That's fine.
All right. So do you have any questions about the limits of your testimony?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
Oh, damn it, I meant to buy a coffee, not the other thing. Sorry, M. What other thing? Yeah, I saw your comment, Michelle. I don't know how to use Twitter. I just replied to the message. Is that a DM? I don't know. What's going on? Where's the... Oh, here they come. You see, this judge stands up for the jury. I like it when the judge stands up for the jury. Not all of them do, right?
You may be seated. Mr. Levine, next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Christopher Hyde.
Please tell me, swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Go around the back, watch that.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Hyde, spelled CHRISTOPHERHYDE.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been?
I'm sorry. Did he just spell Christopher in a weird way, or was that me? I gotta go back.
CHRIST.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Hyde, spelled CHRISTOPHERHYDE.
And where are you employed?
Okay.
I'm employed as a police officer with the Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 8 years now.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2023. Were you working for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a homicide scene within your jurisdiction?
Yes,
Were you one of the first responders?
I was.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that the deceased individual had been shot 2 times?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that 1 gunshot wound was to the chest and 1 gunshot wound was to the head?
Yes,
Through your investigation, were you able to determine that the defendant here in court is the individual who shot the deceased?
yes.
Now, the person that you saw that day, do you see them in court today?
I do.
If you recognize them by something they're wearing, could you state that for the record and perhaps point to the individual?
The defendant is seated at the defense table in a gray suit jacket.
Your Honor, the record will reflect Officer Hyde has identified the defendant. And is it a fair statement that the defendant was not charged for that killing in Oklahoma by the prosecutor's office?
That is correct.
And was the defendant arrested for that?
He was.
All right, Officer Hyde, I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross?
No problem.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Yes.
Riding Shotgun, she reached out on Twitter and also Discord, but I just saw the tweet.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that was quick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after noon. We will take our hour lunch at this time. Remember, don't talk about the case with anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case, tell them you're on the jury. Tell them to stop. If they don't, leave and let me know as soon as you can by writing it down and giving it to the bailiff. Please enjoy your lunch and return at 10 after 1.
All rise, please.
Lunchtime already. And we're skipping. We could get through this in no time, guys.
Back on the record, Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers.
Oh,
Mr. Levine is
did
here
you
for
see
the
that?
state.
That was Jedi skills. Jedi skills. Just skipped and he was like, and we're back on the record. It's going to be even better when we put up our separate videos labeled of each witness. I hate these lazy fucking law and crime network, lazy court TV. They put up an 8-hour, 7-hour video and it's just so hard to navigate through. They don't even put chapters in the description. But True Crime Metrix is separating them all out into separate videos for each witness with improved audio. How great is that?
Ms. Thornhill, any change to your client's position? Before we bring the jury back in, just quickly, Mr. Levine, this evidence that you want to get in regarding Mr. Griffith's statement to Mr. Rapkin, his lawyer, is that today?
Collin really has those "it's your fault for believing me" eyes. Chilling. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Addie. That is a scary thing, isn't it? You know, this kid. I can't wait to talk to the defense rest and find out how the fuck she's come to the conclusion that he's innocent, that it was justifiable, that it was self-defense, that the jury got it right. I mean, what am I missing? What the hell am I missing? What defendant is she looking at?
All right.
I took one look at this kid, and I thought, this is bad. This is bad. He's a psycho. And, I'm not going to judge him on that. It's an indicator. It's a big old question mark. And we look a little bit deeper. We look into the evidence. And you know what? Every single element that I've seen and heard so far backs up my initial instinctual. Which one is it? Is it instinctive or instinctual? It's instinctive. Assumption. Everything's backed it up.
Before that, I mean, you understood the basis of my ruling was that he knew or should have known, assuming that the cell phone was controlled by his parent or grandmother or someone and acting as a parent, and that you would have to establish that to the court's satisfaction. You identified some things out in the hallway today, but I'm going to ask that you provide all of that, every bit of it, to Miss Thornhill and Mr. Hendry well in advance, like hopefully today after court, how you intend to prove that, because I don't want to have a jury waiting forever while we're talking about that in the hallway again. So,
Thanks so much, Michelle. Good to see you, and we'll be back tomorrow earlier. We're going to really, really get it early. Let's try for 7 o'clock Eastern.
if that's something that can be addressed beforehand, I want to address it that way. So.
Yeah, that's no problem. Just for the record, I think Your Honor understands, the defense understands, it's all part of the discovery, but if your request is to point them to those spots so that our discussion in court can be more efficient, I don't have a problem with
Yes,
it.
that's my request.
Yes, sir, not a problem. But there's not going to be any new evidence, it's all been provided in discovery.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, I'm missing a blindfold. Maybe it's because she's in Australia, Christina. She's seeing everything upside down, right? Oh, this is an interesting point from Sue Lutz. Sarah Boone had 6 jurors because she was only charged with second-degree murder. Yeah, okay. And Trevor Summers only had 6 jurors in Hillsborough County. And he was charged with attempted murder. So I guess that makes good sense. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that's... You'd want more jurors for a more serious charge. That makes good sense. Thanks for sharing that, Sue. We learn something every day. Michelle, this guy was charged with kidnapping and first-degree intentional homicide, murder. So I assume he has 12 jurors on, if we take Sue's logic as gospel, which I do. Now, Christina, I like that people have different opinions. It's if we all agreed about everything, what would there be to debate? It's fine, and like, I don't want to bash anyone. It'll be interesting to explore. I mean, maybe might drive me a little nuts. But yeah, we'll see. Help us out with our goal at the top of the chat, guys, for a collaboration with True Crime Metrix and The Defense Rests. Conflicting views on the Collin Griffith. I think he's a psycho that enjoys killing people and will kill again. The Defense Rests believes that he acted in self-defense and it was a case of justifiable homicide, and the jury got it right. If you would like to see me and the Defense Rests have a chat about that, yeah, help us out with our goal at the top of the chat, guys. Thank you so much. You know, I'm curious because I have my opinion on Devon Schreiner, which is in I think she deserves to go to prison, but you know, a lot of people were saying in the comments that she just wanted sole custody and things like that, and you know, I didn't see any of that. I just saw someone who was really fucking damaged and had been fucked around by everybody in her life and snapped, and I don't find it very difficult to imagine that kind of thing happening to a normal, well-adjusted, or maybe not well-adjusted, maybe that's a bad term, but, you know, a normal person that you would see in your everyday life. You know, don't have to be a psycho killer to do what she did necessarily. Well, you know, she did kill that guy in broad daylight, but, you know, I'm wondering, as my opinion on Devon Schreiner is somewhat controversial to the opinion of the masses, whether the Defense Rests has an opinion on that. I don't know. We can explore it. Come on, Judge Abdoni. Abdoni.
Oh, Ms. Thornhill, just for the record, you've provided me with an instruction regarding your client's absence that reads, Collin Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during publication of this particular piece of evidence.
Because they didn't have downstairs the evidence.
Has anybody else seen a defendant successfully elect not to be present when, you know, some key piece of evidence is being exhibited to the jury? It's the first time I've ever seen that happen, and I think the judge says it's the first time he's ever seen that happen, and he's a fucking judge.
It's 165.
But that's all you want me to say. Mr. Levine, any objection to that?
No objection.
You said 165?
Yes.
Okay, skipping. Man. Oh, here we go. Here's just a regular old witness. bystander.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, they call Sally Bell.
Hey, Neverly darling's back. Look, it's been too long, Neverly. My God, it's good to see you. Yeah, no, thank you. Looking forward to the friendly debate. Yeah. We keep it friendly. Come back next week and I'm screaming into the mic, "You're wrong! You've got it all wrong! You're a moron!" No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you, Neverly, and so good to see you, babe.
Stand here, raise your right hand, assume by the court.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bell, good afternoon. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could please speak up nice and loudly so the jurors can hear you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sally K. Bell.
And could you please spell your first and middle name for the
First
record?
name is Sallie. Middle name is Kate.
Tell the jury about
Sally with an IE. I've never heard that before.
what's the name of the community where you live?
Hamptons, the Hamptons.
And what type of community is that?
It's a mobile home.
And does it do you have to be a certain age to live there?
Yes.
And what age is that?
I think it's 65. I'm not sure.
Now, is it a pretty quiet and nice neighborhood?
Very much so.
Do you live across the street from a location where there was a stabbing?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that. If I could direct your attention to that Sunday on September 8th of 2024. The person that lives at that house, do you know her? Susan Detman is her name?
No, I've seen her, but I don't know her.
Were you aware that she had a grandson?
No.
Now, let's talk specifically about that Sunday. Tell the jury, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was preparing to go to church. It was about 4:45, and I was putting my purse and everything on the coffee table, and I looked up and I saw the black car parked in the driveway, and a white car was in the road.
All right. Jurors, can you hear her? Yes. Okay. Now, you mentioned that the time was about 4:45. Tell the jury how you remember that time.
Well, we go to church at 5:30, so we were getting up on the north side of Florida, up Florida Avenue, and so we always leave a little early to get there.
All right. So around 4:45, which of the cars did you say was parked under the carport?
The black car.
All right. Did you see the white car arrive?
I didn't see it arrive. No.
All right. When you looked out your window and noticed the black car was in the carport and the white car was on the street, what did you see? What happened?
Oh, they're coming out of the house and all?
Yeah, what did you see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out, and she had clothes in her hand, and she went around to the passenger side of the car, and she put the clothes in the car. The young man was standing on the driver's side.
And when you refer to the car, you're speaking of the black car?
The black car, yes. I'm sorry.
No problem. And that black car, then, that was under the carport, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen the guy before?
Yes, I've seen him once before.
And when was that? Do you recall?
That was about a year ago or something before this.
And so the time when you saw him on Sunday would have been the second time you saw him?
The second time, yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, Miss Bell?
The young man in the middle.
All right. For the record, Miss Bell has identified the defendant. Now, when you saw the lady, she was loading the clothes up in the black car. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the defendant and the lady doing? What were they doing, like, in conjunction with each other?
Well, he was standing on the driver's side. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. And she went around and she put the clothes on the passenger side, and then she was talking and her hands were going. I couldn't hear what she was saying. And she went around the back of the car, up close to him, and she was swinging her arms again, and he reached and She says, I heard her say, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
When she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, was she doing anything violent to
She
him?
was swinging her arms and talking to him. And she was right up in his face, was talking to him. And then he reached out and to grab her hair. She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me. And he reached up and opened the door, and they went inside, pulled her inside.
Okay. So let me ask you a few specific questions. When she and the defendant were talking, did it look like it was an animated or a heated conversation?
Arguing from one side. I didn't see him say anything. I just heard her.
Okay. And you kind of did a hand motion. Was she trying to hit him or trying to punch him or anything?
She was waving her hands like this.
Okay.
And then she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
she was
she's
talking
to him?
the same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside in my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you to
I
be able
could
to hear
that, yes.
And what did the defendant do to her next?
Then he just reached in and got hold to her, and he opened the door and pulled her in.
Was that the last you ever saw of her?
That's the last I saw.
Yeah, but lady, he grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into the house in self-defense. You know, isn't that an indicator? Isn't that some sort of clue? They're outside. If he's so worried about his fucking personal safety to the point where he's fearing for his own life, why go back into the house? I do not understand how these jurors have come to a unanimous 12-person not guilty verdict. It baffles me.
Now, did you end up going to church that evening?
I did.
And did you return to your house later that evening?
I did.
About what time did you get back, Miss Bell?
About 6:30, recorded 7.
And when you did return, was anything out of the ordinary going on?
We couldn't turn into Hewlett Drive where we live, so we had to go all the way around the back and come in from the other way. And when we got there, there was a policeman saying that we couldn't come through that way. So we said, well, our house is right there. He said, okay. So he moved the police car, and we pulled in our driveway.
Miss Bell, I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Cross-exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendry?
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a few questions for you.
Okay.
You said that you could see the woman moving her arms, and you kind of gestured.
Yes.
I mean, was she moving her arms in a direction, or was it just generally up above her head?
She was.
I like Sally Kate as well. Do you think she can sing? I bet she can sing.
Facing him over the car, she could see him, and she was talking and waving her hand.
So, I mean,
I couldn't understand exactly what she was saying to him.
Did it look like she was dancing, or did it look like she was doing something else?
She was talking and using her hands. It's like,
and so animated,
right,
directed at the person that
At
was
the
standing
person.
on the other side?
Correct.
Is that how you would say it?
Yes.
I know, riding shotgun, right? I feel like we've got a celebrity in the house tonight. Now we just need someone to go to Vancouver Island and drag Monica out of that Irish pub.
Okay. And you said that he was just standing there?
He was just standing there looking at her.
Okay. Was he inside?
He was outside,
So
next to the car.
The car's in the carport?
Yes.
Roughly near the door?
Near
would you
the door.
say? Okay.
On the driver's side.
And she walked over to him?
She walked around the car to him.
Okay. Now, can you hear any noise at this point?
Not then, no.
Okay.
I just saw her walking.
And about how long is this going on?
I guess maybe about 10 minutes, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You're watching it?
I'm watching it.
And you said that you and your husband were getting ready for church,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the back room getting dressed.
So he's not up there watching it
No,
with you?
no.
Okay. And then, so when the woman gets close to the man, she's still moving her hands?
Still moving her hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how...
You know Sally Kate and her husband never miss a week of church, right? They probably have their pastor around for dinner, you know.
far apart were they? at
They
this
were
point?
standing close. They
Okay.
were standing close.
And was she moving her hands? He's close enough to touch her at some
He's
point.
close enough to touch her, yes.
Okay. And he reaches out and touches her. Either by, I mean, you hear her
Apparently
say,
by the hair, because she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
but could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, was she moving her hands when she's that close to him?
Yes.
I don't know if they mentioned the mother's height and weight or not, but I don't think she's tall. He's tall. He's tall and wiry.
Talking, waving her hands like she went on the other side, and then she went around the back, and she was still waving her hands.
And until you hear the exclamation, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," you haven't heard anything else?
No. I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything after that exclamation?
No.
There wasn't any, for example, no's or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you said they went into the house together?
Went into the house, yes.
Okay. Were both of their feet moving? I mean, were they both walking?
Yeah, as far as I could see. I couldn't actually see the steps, but they went up and went into the house.
And you watched them go into the
I
house?
watched them go into the house.
Okay. And you and your husband then presumably finished getting ready and went to church,
We
right?
went to church, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I mean, you didn't call 911, right?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband, talk about this?
No, we talked about the white car because we had never seen that before, and he said we had to go around it in order to get to leave.
And so, other than the fact that the white car was present and you didn't know whose it was,
I didn't know who it was, no.
This was not something that was really piquing your interest at that time?
No.
And it wasn't until you can't get into your neighborhood that you start becoming worried that there might be something that happened there?
Wrong, and I saw the yellow tape around. I said, "What is that?" And I asked my husband, and he told me, "It's what you see on television." I said, "Oh."
So would you describe what you saw as somebody being dragged into a house?
Well, see, the car was parked, and then the steps are there, and it's like two steps up, and so I couldn't actually see the feet going in, but I know he reached up and opened the door and pulled her in.
So I mean, if he's pulling her against her will, I mean, he's having to lift her up steps, right? You can't just go straight in.
She walked up the steps.
Okay, so she's moving her feet as far as you can tell
Correct.
up the steps.
Correct.
And other than the one other time you had seen the gentleman, no interactions with these people that you were aware of?
He was there by himself the first time I saw him.
Okay. And that black car, how long was it present across the street, do you know?
It came in late that night, because when I went to bed, there was nothing in the driveway. And when I got early that morning, I saw it in the driveway.
Okay, so the black car arrived the night before at some point while you were asleep?
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. And you were home that day?
Mm-hmm.
And you never saw it move?
No.
Okay, you never saw anybody in and out of the house?
No.
When the two people, the man that you've identified as sitting here at the table with us, did you see him in the yard at all?
No.
Next to the house, in front of the house?
Just on the side of the car.
And did you ever see the woman in the yard?
I've never
in front
seen
of the
her
house?
before, no.
Okay, so she was only, as far as you, from what you could see, it was just around that black car?
Around the car.
There was nothing out in the yard?
No.
Okay. But if she had come from the white car, then presumably she would have had to walk up that way? Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Bell, when the defendant pulled the lady in to the house by her hair, were you still in the same vantage point, looking out the window?
Yes.
And I want to show you one photograph that has been already moved into evidence previously, which is 167. Can you see that on your screen close by?
We can have to lower it because some of the jurors can see.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Bell, I'm going to point to what I believe is the house where the stabbing happened, but correct me if I'm wrong. Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that the house? Actually, I'll come to your screen too.
Yeah, because
Is that the house?
that's the house, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, I pointed, I know it's kind of hard to see, but I pointed to this on your screen. So,
That's
all right, very good. Now, which is your house? Is your house this one?
No.
Is your house this one?
Yes.
Okay. So, and your window, I assume, is at the front of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a pretty good view, angle-wise. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when the defendant and the lady were first having whatever discussion they were having, you mentioned you could not hear that, correct?
No.
Is it a fair statement that when the lady said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," that she yelled it or shouted it loud enough for you to be able to hear it?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, man.
Is Ms. Bell released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Martin? Mr. Hendry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls Nancy Jones.
Solid member of the community, Miss Kate.
Right in, that report's for you.
Oh, this lady's good.
Just watch your step, don't have to go see that you're ready.
Good afternoon, man.
Straight to church to pray for the judge.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Jones. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nancy K. Jones.
And what community do you live in?
I live in the Hamptons.
Do you live across from a lady named Susan Detman?
That's such a classic Florida elder community. What are we going to call it? How about the Hamptons?
Yes, I do.
And have you gotten to know her from living across from her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that she has a grandson named Collin Griffith?
Yes, I am aware.
Have you seen him periodically coming and going over the time you've lived there?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to September 8th of 2024, which is a Sunday.
I know, right, Eddie Zanone? Like, even the witnesses are like, dudes, where's the pace? You've got your mind on that limbo competition again, haven't you? Just totally distracted.
When something out of the ordinary happened on your block. Do you remember, first of all, seeing the defendant at his grandmother's house at all that weekend, Saturday and or Sunday?
No, just the car.
All right, and the car being what color car?
It was a black.
And was it parked under the carport?
Yes, it was.
On a certain time on Sunday, did you happen to notice another car arrive at the house?
Yes, a white car.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
A white car pulled into the driveway, immediately sped out of the driveway, and then parked on the street.
Had you ever seen that white car before?
I believe I did last winter.
Did anyone get out of the white car?
Yes.
Up until this point, had you seen...
No, it was just covered in snow.
the Susan Detman's grandson outside, or not?
Last winter I did.
Okay, but on Sunday you hadn't seen him at this point?
No.
All right, continue on. What happened when the car ended up parking on the street? What happened next?
The lady, I was a young girl, got out of the car, slammed the door, slung her purse over her shoulder, and proceeded into the house.
Had you ever seen the young lady before?
Not personally one-on-one, but I've seen the car over there. I thought it was granddaughter. She looked very young.
And where did you say the young lady went?
She immediately went into the house.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was sitting on my lanai.
And where's that at? In the front? Or
Yes, in the front.
All right. Did you think anything of it when that happened?
Nothing.
What happened next?
What happened next? I went back into the house and started doing some dishes and stuff. And then I walked back outside and sat down on my lanai. And then I seen...
Christina says the poor state's attorney, the limbo litigator, is probably still in bed staring at the ceiling in shock. I'm sure he thought it would be his verdict. I sure did. Yeah, I agree. But of course, the state's attorney, the limbo litigator, is unable to sleep in a bed like a normal person. He only sleeps in these, right? Every night, 6 months before a big competition, he has to sleep in this to prepare for his, his championship.
Do you want me to go into the details now?
Yes.
I seen the lady standing on the top step, and I just seen an arm come out and grab her by the shoulder, by her hair, and I just turned my head and immediately went back into the house.
Oh, by the way, guys, Riding Shotgun says Limbo Litigator up there with Mr. Chicken Cacciatore and Hand Grenade. We've actually been talking to Mr. Hand Grenade in the last couple of days, and I think maybe gonna play it cool for now, but I think there might be potential to bring him on the show. Wouldn't that be cool for an in-depth, no holds barred Metrix interview with Mr. Hand Grenade? Of course, I'm referring to Sam Zanganeh, the defense counsel for Sigfredo Garcia in the 2019 trial for the murder of Dan Markel. He's been very receptive on Instagram, and I'm not going to ask him straight away, but it might be in the near future. What do you think about that, huh? That'd be great for the channel.
Did you see who the person was that grabbed her by the shoulder and the hair?
No, never seen his face, never seen anything. All I seen was the shoulder and the hand come out.
And then what happened after the person grabbed her shoulder and hair?
I don't know. I went back into the house.
And then, at any point, did you realize that law enforcement had responded?
Yeah, about 40, maybe 45 minutes later, I was in my kitchen and I heard sirens and everything. I turned around and I seen cop cars in my yard, and they were everywhere.
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car, is that right?
That was it.
And I'm going to show you a picture. You can see it on the screen close to you. It's 167. And I wanted to know, can you see?
I don't know which is which.
All right, no problem. That was going to be my question.
My car has a red truck. So.
Yeah, I hear you. So this here, we've heard testimony, is Susan Detman's house.
Okay.
Which house is yours?
This is mine.
Okay, and for the record, I'm going to walk back up to the big screen. Is this the house you're pointing to as being your house?
Yes.
Okay. And from your view,
I wish we could see the evidence. I want to see the house.
Is it kind of tough to see inside the Miss Detman's doorway?
It's catty-cornered, yes.
All right. I have no further questions for you, man.
Cross, Mr. Hendry?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We have a few questions for you.
Thank
you. Ms. Jones, you said that you knew Miss Detman, correct?
Very.
She's been your neighbor? Okay.
Yep.
How long?
Jill Jane, welcome back. We're just looking at some of the neighbors. The neighbor witnesses, they're saying that they saw Collin grab his mother by the hair and drag her into the house, in self-defense, of course. You know, I think she was telling him to clean up the candy bar wrappers from his room, and obviously that was a threat to his life. So yeah, that's where we are right now.
I don't know how long she had been living there. Not good. It was probably 6 months.
Okay. And you had previously seen her grandson at the house?
Last February, I believe it was.
Okay. How many times had you seen him before?
I've seen him about 3 times. I think he was there like 3 weeks, maybe, and he was out running. I just seen him running. I'm assuming it was a family member.
You're assuming he was a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never spoken with him?
Never spoken with
you
him.
You didn't actually know the relationship?
No.
Okay.
None.
And the woman you saw, you had never seen her before?
No. I'd seen her. She drove up in the car, but I'd never personally met her or anything.
And when you said drive up in the car, are you talking previously? Like you had seen
Last
that?
winter.
Okay.
I'd seen the car over there.
Now, on September 8th, when you see that white car arrive, you described that you saw it speeding out of the driveway.
Yeah.
Is that like tires screeching in reverse?
She was, kind of, she was angry.
Okay. And you said that she slammed her door and threw her purse off.
She slammed her purse up on her shoulder and immediately went up to the house.
Okay, so from your perspective, she looked like she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said the next time you saw her was she was standing on the porch steps?
Yes, on the porch steps.
So you didn't see her outside at all in between those 2 periods of time?
Before she was standing up on the steps, she was throwing clothes in the car.
Okay, so you saw her at which car?
She was throwing clothes into Collin's car. The door was open and she was throwing clothes into the car.
And that would be the black car that was parked in the carport?
Yes.
And you're
Neverly Darling says, this lady is sporting a reticulated python pattern top. I approve. That's not just a pattern, that is genuine python hide that she caught herself from a swamp with her bare hands. She's from Florida, okay?
Calling that Collin's car because you saw the other person get out of the white car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't actually seen the black car arrive?
No, but I knew that was Colin's car because I'd gotten a phone call because I was house sitting for Susan.
Okay. So you were aware that Collin was coming?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I knew Collin was there the Saturday before the accident happened.
Okay. And so you see a woman go into the house angry, and then she comes out with clothes and starts putting them in the black car. Did it look like she had calmed down?
I just didn't really pay that much attention to it like she'd calmed down, but she was throwing the clothes, so I'm assuming she was still upset. I don't know.
Okay, now when
I'm
you say,
still across the street, so I don't know.
When you say throwing clothes, are we talking like into the car? Okay. So
the
not
door
placing.
was open, so like throwing them in there.
And
We haven't heard much from the male defense counsel yet, but just in contrast to the limbo litigator, so much more engaging. The witness is like livening up, and it's a communication, right? The jury can listen to this much better. I mean, someone needs to pull that guy's beard to the corner of the room, sit him down on a posture corrective massage chair, and explain to him what he's doing wrong. Try to bring his mind off the gold medal in the limbo championship, bring it back to the courtroom, and explain how you speak, in a way that allows people to engage, whether they're in a conversation or listening to you have a conversation with another, right?
did you see her open the door?
I never seen her open the door.
Okay. So you weren't sitting and watching this whole incident?
Oh, no, I was busy in the kitchen and stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Now,
Skinning a reptile.
You said that you saw a hand come out and touch.
Yeah. Gator tail soup. Yeah. Gator tail soup.
Shoulder on the steps. Did you hear anything?
I never heard nothing. I turned my head and went back into the house and got busy again.
And from your perspective, did it look like the person was getting dragged into the house?
No. I just, like I said, when I seen the hand come out and grab her by the shoulder, I turned and went back into the house, and I said, they'll probably work it out. I thought it was his sister, or Susan's granddaughter. And I said, they're probably having a little spat, and they'll work it out.
But you didn't call 911?
No, I never called 911.
Now, would you say that this type of thing is something that is typical in your neighborhood?
No.
This is a unique
I lived in Chicago for 30 years, and I've seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head
There you go, Christina.
the other way, and the cops say if you see something, hear something, you're supposed to report. I didn't think anything more about it.
So this wasn't something that was so dangerous to you, you felt the need to report it?
I did not feel good.
And, I mean, now the incident with the woman's going in, mad, do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole incident was pretty unique?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have...
Well, there were so many cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai, and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had no idea what went on.
Sit out on my what?
Going in, mad. Do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole incident was pretty unique?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have...
Well, there were so many cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai, and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had...
What did she say? I sit out on my what?
No idea what went on.
Okay. Now, you're friends with Susan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you contact her?
I contacted her, yes, when I seen all the cop cars. I immediately called her.
Okay. And did you make any efforts to contact Collin?
Oh, no.
Did you see him after the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was he?
He was in the driveway.
How did he look?
And his arms were red, and the cops were all around him, and I was on the phone talking to Susan, and Susan told me to go over and tell him that she would be there in a couple hours, or wherever she was at. She was in the Keys. And so I walked.
Couple of hours? Okay. Oh, that's no good. I tell you, just call me when you get here.
Walked outside, and I waved at Collin, and I said, Susan's on her way.
I mean, from your perspective, did he look upset?
He looked very emotional, yes. He'd been crying. I could see him crying in the driveway.
So you could tell his face was red? Or
Oh, yeah, he was an emotional wreck. But I did not know what happened.
And, I mean, we've seen the aerial photos. This is not a very wide roadway that you're from across the street, correct? Like from your house to her house is close.
2 cars passing.
So you were able to get a good eye view on Collin at that moment.
For my lanai, yes.
And I'm talking when you walked out there, you're close enough that you could see him.
Well, his arms were red. I didn't know. I thought they were like you had been in a scuffle with somebody. Somebody grabs your arm and they turn red. That's when I looked like it was a scuffle.
So he's got red arms. His face is red. It looks like he's been crying, too?
He looked like he'd been crying.
Okay. And this was what time, did you say?
4:40, 50, or somewhere around there, whenever the cops got there.
So this is after the cops have arrived, and they have him outside.
They have him outside.
And prior to that, you had not seen him?
I had not seen him.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Levine?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Henry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
This way?
Next witness, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, this time the state claim stated witness 165.
Has it been received yet?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, 165 is the, oh, yes.
Are you offering States 165?
Yes, sir.
For the
I wonder
record,
where Mrs. Jones is going. Where Miss Kate, Sally Kate's off to church. Where is Miss Jones going? Maybe the bakery?
165 is the 911 call.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but
It is received. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during the publication of States 165. Mr. Griffith?
Yeah. Put your hands in your pockets as you walk across the fucking courtroom, you nut job. Ugh.
Mr. Levine, you may publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Fine.
18/14/11, 2nd September 8th.
Who called the cops? Collin called the cops. This is the 911 call.
2024.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking, I don't know the secret address. My.
Yeah, he's doing that whole stutter thing again. We've seen that before, Collin. Yeah, that's that thing that you do, right? Yeah, we've seen that one before, Collin.
Mom is acting EMS now. She's bleeding out. Please help.
Your mom is doing what?
My mom's bleeding out. She's bleeding out.
My mom is bleeding out. Yeah, we've seen that somewhere before, haven't we, Collin?
Okay, what's the address, or where do you think you are? What road are you at? What crosses that road?
The Hampton in Florida. You go to the gate and you take the first right, and it's the house with the black cat out front. I'm trying to get into the
Hampton Inn?
The Hampton Inn, yes, ma'am.
What city is it in?
Well, it's Auburndale.
What city is it in? That's a good place to start.
I can get it to you. I can't get her up. Okay, how do I lift someone? I need to get her to the hospital. How do I lift someone?
Okay, you called 911, so we're going to send an ambulance.
She doesn't have time. She's leaving it. She's fucking pale. She doesn't have time. She needs to go now.
Okay, and I'm using the address I see you at. Is that right? Is that where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What can I do? I have your price after she's talking about it. What do I do?
Help is being sent. Stay on the line so I can get more information for the responders.
Fine, ma'am. I don't know what to do.
Okay, help is being sent. Okay, medical help is being sent.
She doesn't have time. She's bleeding out.
Where is she bleeding from, sir?
She's bleeding from the neck, ma'am. This is my mother.
Are you with the patient now?
I'm with her now.
A lanai. Okay, I had not heard that before. I'm just checking a picture. So it's a type of roofed, open-sided veranda, patio, or porch originating in Hawaii. Many homes, apartment buildings, hotels, and restaurants. Okay. Sounds nice.
How old is the patient?
Do you love sitting out in the rain, summer rain, in an open, walled, roofed terrace? That's great.
She's 39 years old. She has a heart condition. She has a.
Is she awake?
No, she's unconscious. She's not
Okay. Is she breathing?
No, she's not. I don't think she's alive. She's dead.
Okay, where is it? And you said Nick. Okay. All right, listen to me. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay, listen to me. Are you right by her now?
I am by her, yes. I don't know.
Okay, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back on the floor and remove anything under her head.
Okay. I guess she's good. She's good. Okay, I get it one now.
Okay. Listen carefully, and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure she is flat on her back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Let's take off her shirt.
Just make sure she is flat on her back on the floor. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One moment. Okay, just keep going, okay?
Yeah. Fucking, she's not breathing. I made sure of that, Neverly Darling says. Yeah, while the operator's like, yeah, compressions. We got to do compressions. Let the chest rise completely and then pump. I'm going to count with you. And he's just there holding her nose and mouth. Making sure she's dead. I think that grandmother has got a 12 gauge by the front door at all times. So, that grandmother, she's an ex-Marine, and she seems tough. She seems tough, level. I mean, I haven't seen her testimony at all yet. Someone just said, who was that? Acapella just said, I assume the jury was swayed by what Colin's grandmother said about Mom and Collin, and the surprising way Grandma essentially repeatedly schooled the inadequate prosecutor with her protracted rebuttals. Okay, well that should be good. Do you know what day that happens on, Acapella? And is it a state witness or a defense? Or both?
So listen, what caused the bleeding?
Wow, listen here, Nola Vine. This case, like any other, went through jury selection. The the process that the questions are asked. They ask questions. What did they ask? Have they told us that, or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. But each side will get the opportunity to, blackball, to veto witnesses they don't want, and it's just the same as any other case. And somehow they got this fucking jury that found 12 people to say not guilty. So jury selection is really important. And it all comes down to the jury. Donna Adelson could walk, no matter how compelling the evidence is against her. I mean, this case proves that. Where is Charlotte County in Florida? Let's double check. Charlotte County, Florida. Fort Myers, basically, between Fort Myers and Sarasota. So south, just on the other side. It's about level with Jupiter. Palm Beach. Well.
You see, you got girls hiding. You want this to know if you go on it.
Where is the knife right now? And who did she get in the fight with?
We got girls hiding for a long time, and then we got on top of me and fell on it. Push it back. The knife, the knife, yeah, I don't have it. I'll put it across the board.
Where is the knife?
I just put it across the board with you.
Is the bleeding controlled?
He stopped bleeding. No more blood coming out. He lost it.
Where did you throw the knife?
I just
You threw it to your right? It's totally away from you.
It's away from me.
Where's your mother?
I'm over here. I'm trying to save her.
Where are you? With her? Where are you?
Out in the kitchen, in the house. I knew the door is unlocked.
Okay, you're with your mother, correct? Okay, listen to me, please, stop, okay? Listen to me, and I'm going to tell you how to control the bleeding. Okay?
Okay.
All right, hold on.
There's no more blood coming out of the wound. He's lost it all.
Okay, listen, okay? We're going to do this, okay? Okay, listen to me. Get a clean dry cloth.
I'm not joking, Michelle. Was it Marine? Yeah. When the cops were talking to her before this happened, she says she's retired from the service after just saying that Collin wants to join the Marines, and she's trying to tell him, listen, you've got to get your anger under control, because you'll have people yelling at you, and you just got to take it. She's trying to tell him about discipline within the military and stuff like that. And she says to the cop that she's ex-service. So in that context, I'm assuming that she meant the Marine service.
Watch out, and tell me when you have it.
My son is down low.
Okay.
If Collin can walk, anything is possible. You see, you've got it, Christina. That's no problem a sledgehammer won't fix.
Is the blood spurting or pouring out?
No.
Okay.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's no more.
All right. Does she have a breathing disorder or is she normally on blood thinners?
No.
Okay.
Does she have a breathing disorder? Well, she fucking does now.
Paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. Now place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Don't lift it up to look. Without lifting the cloth up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control now.
Yes, there's no blood. She blocked all her blood.
Donna's 75 years old, Jill Jane. If she walks, I'm pretty sure she'll be fucking perfectly happy sitting in an apartment watching TV until she dies. You know, it's I think she'll be fine. And Wendy's loving her life. She's got no regrets about this at all. Trust me. I just know that. I just know that.
Okay, reassure her that help is on the way from now on. Don't let them have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Don't move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help to arrive. Okay, listen to me, okay? Okay, we're going to continue with CPR. Listen to me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I need you to keep doing this. Listen, okay? I need you to keep doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they inside? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's the grandmother there. I think. Is that the grandmother? Is she allowed in? I'm pretty sure that's the grandmother. Well, thank God that's over. For fuck's sake. Right, bring in that freaky kid. Has he got his hands in his pockets? I bet he's got his hands in... Yeah!
Mr. Griffith has returned, Mr. Levine.
Right, someone needs to buy me a coffee. I should have bet a coffee on that. Buy me a coffee on buymeacoffee.com if you want to support the channel, or if you want some Metrix merchandise, fantastic merchandise, Adelson merchandise, head over to merch.truecrimemetrics.com for fantastic cups, t-shirts for your dogs, mugs for your cats. Has everyone seen the pet merch? The Petrix? Yeah, buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Links in the description, guys. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Walker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Deputy Alexander Walker in the Sheriff's Office for about a year now.
Tell the jury about your education.
I'm sure I've seen this cop before in another case.
And training and experience in law enforcement.
So I graduated from Florida State with my bachelor's with a minor in psychology. I finished my training the winter of 2023. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for about a year, only about a half a year by the time of this incident.
All right, Deputy Walker, what shift did you work at that time?
I worked on the Delta night shift.
Now, specifically, I'm going to direct your attention to Sunday, September 8th of 2020.
Thank you, Ryden, for those fabulous coffees. I called it. I just knew it. Fucking hands in your pockets walking across the courtroom. I mean, does anyone else think that's a fucked up thing to do? I do. I think that's a fucked up thing to do. And thank you, Jill Jane, for the fabulous Canadian super sticker. Thank you, Jill Jane.
Did you respond to a crime scene in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury what kind of call you got and what you did.
The call I got was a assist EMS, what we call as a 50 Alpha for an AED assist, a major medical assist for assist.
Approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you responded from?
Approximately 5 minutes from where we were at.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
First thing I did when I entered the scene was I announced myself as Polk County Sheriff's Office, wanted the subjects inside to make themselves known to our presence so that if there was any harm, weapons, anything like that, they would be put away from arm's reach.
Did you go in by yourself?
No, sir.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with...
It's not Charlotte County. It's Polk County, which is pretty much between Tampa and Orlando. So Charlotte's a little bit further down. Okay.
Deputy Sheriff Pibbernick.
And when you announce your presence, do you do that loudly? Do you shout it?
Yes, sir.
So anybody within the household that's alive would be able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you enter, did you enter the door by the carport?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered, what did you notice about the first room that you entered?
First room that I entered, I noticed a pair, or at least a single AirPod, as well as the AirPod case on the ground.
Besides that being on the ground, did the house look like it was in order and nicely put together?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from the living room area?
From there, I heard a male subject inside the house shouting, "I'm inside the kitchen."
What did you do next?
I then proceeded to the kitchen, and while walking to the kitchen, I saw a knife, a blood-covered knife, over in front of the washer and dryer to my left. I saw the subject in the kitchen.
Did he have his gun drawn? Has he said that or not?
Where was the subject positioned in relationship to the deceased lady?
The subject was positioned over the deceased's head.
Did you find that odd at all?
Yes.
Why?
For doing normal CPR and everything, assuming everybody's been taught and seen videos on doing CPR from beside the person, never over top their head, possibly blocking airways.
What the actual fuck? Who? Now I'm really thinking that he was just holding her nose and mouth. I mean, you do CPR from above their head? Like, if she's lying flat on the ground, you're to the north, if you like. You know what I'm saying? You're leaning over, upside down, over the head. What the fuck? I never imagined that. No one has ever done that, ever. This kid. This is just one sick puppy, man. What the fuck is wrong with him? I cannot believe. Is he just free now? That's terrifying. Polk County, look out.
So when you saw the defendant above her head, what did you do next?
At that point, I told Deputy Sheriff Pibbernick to stay with the subject as I went outside to confirm for EMS that it was clear for them to come inside.
Do you see that person in the house, excuse me, not in the house, but in the courtroom today that you saw in the house?
Yes, sir, he's right there.
And for the record, you're pointing over to the defense table. What is the defendant wearing for purposes of our record?
Wearing a plaid button-up shirt, a gray jacket, and glasses.
For the record, Deputy Walker has identified the defendant. Do you recall, Deputy, was the defendant wearing a shirt at that time?
No, sir.
So no shirt?
No shirt.
And did he have on a black pair of shorts and black shoes?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any blood on his body?
None on his torso and none on his...
Riding Shotgun says, you can vote on the goal with a super chat. Do you want to hear True Crime Metrix do a collab with the defense rests on the Collin Griffith trial? I'm getting a bit nervous about it, to be honest. I don't know if I'm going to have be able to maintain my tolerance listening to anyone speak from his side. I'm like... I'm not going to be moving. You know what I mean? I'm not I guess I will just listen to what she has to say about why she feels the way that she does. But I don't know, I might run out of patience. I don't know. I mean, I have really, really strong feelings about this kid. I think he's fucked up.
Upper arms. It was only on his hands and forearms.
What happened next?
At that point, I began to secure the scene by putting crime scene tape around it, and after I was done with that, I was just waiting with Pivernick and waiting for supervision as well.
Did you see anybody wash the blood off the defendant outside or
EMS.
inside or anywhere?
EMS rinsed off his arms.
And at whose request was that?
I do not recall.
Did you think that was a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
If it were up to you, would a individual standing over a dead body be preserved in the manner in which you... Deputy Walker, as I was saying, if it were up to you and your duties and responsibilities and you come into contact with somebody who's over the top of a dead person, would you try to keep them in the same state in terms of not letting them wash their hands or not letting them destroy evidence or get rid of anything?
Yes.
Now, did Deputy Pivernick then take the defendant outside?
Yes.
He kind of looks like Matt Damon's younger brother.
When you saw the defendant, describe his demeanor.
At first, he was in a somewhat manic state, but again, once he went outside, he was more calm and collected.
What happened when he was outside then?
Outside, he spontaneously uttered to me and Deputy Sheriff Pivernick.
Or maybe a nephew of Matt Damon. That would be more accurate, right? That could be Matt Damon's nephew.
That there was blood everywhere, and then it stopped bleeding, and then she was dead.
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on, the subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
What was your opinion of the crime scene?
Calls for speculation.
Well, the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
Yes, Your Honor. While you were inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were...
Sorry, I want to hear what the limbo champ fucked up there. When the judge has to come in and say, listen, that wasn't a good question. That's a bad look, isn't it?
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on, the subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
What was your opinion of the crime scene?
Calls for speculation.
Well, the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
Yes, Your Honor. While you were...
What was your opinion of or at the crime scene?
Inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were relevant? You understand that one?
Not really, no.
All right, you described the living room.
Mm-hmm.
You described where you saw the defendant. Did you actually then go into the kitchen and
Yes.
see the scene in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the kitchen, I saw a large pool of blood around the subject's head and neck area, as well as blood spattered going up the side of the cabinet.
Did you move anything?
Didn't move anything, no.
And is that common to...
I just hope Oklahoma gets this kid off the streets before he can kill again. I mean, I'm trying to. There's a movie with some sick, twisted kid in it. It's just something familiar. It's just in the back of my mind. I can't really remember, but he looks just like this. It'll probably come to me in the next days. Yeah, Oklahoma needs to go back to the case, the dad case, and look at it again. You know, get this kid in custody.
Purposely not move things so that the integrity of the scene could be maintained?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the defendant was in the back seat of your car, what were you doing?
While he was in the back seat, I was in the front seat of my car, working on this report.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like when he was in your car?
Demeanor was still calm and collected.
Did he seem to have any concern or worry?
No.
Calm and collected, no concern or worry. Yeah, okay.
Did he speak about anything to you?
Nothing genuinely. We were talking about, or I tried to spark up just normal conversation, ask him about video games he played.
And did he respond and talk about video games?
Yeah, he said he enjoyed strategic games.
Did his demeanor change at all when you were interacting?
What does that mean? What does that mean, strategic games? Like, I don't know. I only know 2 video games. 3. I know Call of Duty, Need for Speed, and Grand Theft Auto. I don't know any other games. Is Call of Duty a strategic game? I guess it is.
Interacted with him?
Little seemed more cheerful at the time, but still calm.
Was he then eventually taken to wherever you took him?
About some odd hours later, yes.
Okay. All right, Deputy Walker. I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-exam.
Oh, this should be good.
Deputy Walker, Miss Griffith was lying on the floor in between a kitchen island and a kitchen cabinet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a very wide space, was
No.
it? So really not any room for someone to be on the side of her to perform CPR, right?
Yes.
You see, she's very good, huh? She's got a... I really do quite admire her way of reforming the narrative to her agenda. It's a very good skill she's got.
When you were talking to Collin...
So Michelle was saying the back of her hair, it looks all hacked up. What, like this big gap here? Yeah, that's wrong, isn't it? That's wrong. Looks like a pretty expensive color job, though. You know, the different tones and highlights. What do you think that'd set you back, Michelle?
When he was in your car,
Like
brought up...
if the back was nice, as well, with all the color, the cut. It's got to be $100, isn't it?
video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that to try and distract him from what he had just seen and been through, right?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing talking to him about video games then?
Just trying to have a normal conversation.
A normal conversation with a child whose mom just died in front of him.
Noel Levine says, is this case in a genetically compromised town of the USA? Well, we have to be careful here. I don't know.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you read him his Miranda warnings?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
No, ma'am.
He was in your custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Handcuffed?
Yes, ma'am.
Inside a car that he could not get out of?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but he wasn't asking him any questions. You only need to read the Miranda warning if you're going to ask questions.
And you started talking to him?
Yes, ma'am.
You know from your training that if you are going to talk to somebody who is under arrest, that you are required to read them their Miranda warnings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That includes you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney, correct? And
Yes,
it
ma'am.
goes on from there. But you did not read those to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Tarkov. That's yeah. Well, I've heard of that, of course, from the General Halderson case. That's a strategic game, is it?
Even though you were talking to him and asking him questions after you'd handcuffed him and put him in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
He asked him about video games. It's not a fucking investigation. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So, what kind of games do you like?
Did you get in trouble for violating your procedures?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever met Collin Griffith before this?
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea how he acts normally?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had a parent die in front of you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know how you would react
No.
when something like that happened, would you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to the 911 call in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion of Collin's demeanor then? He wasn't calm and collected, was he?
At the beginning, it sounded as if he was calm, and then towards whenever deputies arrived on scene, then he was more frantic.
Okay, so the 9 or so minutes between the beginning and the end, you think he was normal?
At the beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly. So, Deputy, as it pertains to Miranda warnings, is it fair to...
Oh, you think she colours her own hair, Christina? I thought that looked like a pretty snazzy job. But I'm no expert.
You weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, from that standpoint, did you feel any reason to read him Miranda warnings when you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case?
No, sir.
Is talking about video games with someone, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
Is there a question?
There's an objection, but the answer was already...
Avoid the commentary, please, unless there is a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
$300! Wow! Fucking hell. You must be doing all right, Michelle.
All right, folks, it's about 2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
He's got his hands in his pockets again, this prick. Look at him.
All right, folks, it's about 2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
Oh, man. I would break this kid's arm. I swear to God, I'd fucking pull it out of its socket. Oh, man. I hate him. I hate him. Sneaky, sneaky, yes. This child.
Ms. Thornhill, you know better.
Does anyone have it confirmed whether he is being tried as an adult? Because I did hear somewhere along the line, I don't know if it was in opening, he was referred to as a juvenile. So is he being tried as a juvenile or as an adult? I would assume adult, right? But does anyone know that for certain?
I understand, but save the outrage for the appropriate phase of the trial, no matter how outrageous it may sound. Anything we need to take out, Mr. Levine?
No,
What outrage?
All right, we'll be in a 15-minute recess.
I wonder what the judge does for 15 minutes. Have a piss, I guess, right? In his private judge bathroom in Chambers with the heated seat. Fresh towels with a monogrammed with his initials. Okay, we can skip. As much as I like looking at the Great Seal. God, we are flying through this. Maybe we'll go on to day 2. We're only at 3 hours. Yeah, if anyone wants to support the channel, you can at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description to our merch store, fantastic merch, social networks, Discord, Patreon. We've got big plans for Patreon coming up soon, guys. It's going to be a big event. Members only content. Bit of a different flavour of content than what we do here, because, you know, this is long form broadcast, but to our private members on Patreon, we've got some really good content coming out soon. Sign up for Patreon today. Look at him leaning back. How far do you want to fucking lean back? What is wrong with this guy? It's like someone's put a tow rope around his waist and is driving away. Look, his attorney's had a word with him now. Get your fucking hands out of your pockets and stand like me, with respect.
Please be seated. Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, State College Deputy Anthony Hibernick.
Anthony who?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there, Deputy. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernik.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training in law enforcement.
So, actually, right when I graduated...
God, this guy makes the previous cop look old. Dude, go back to the academy.
In high school, I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff.
What do you mean when you left high school? You're still there. Yeah, like, hey, you got to get back for third period. You got a project due before lunch. After lunch, whatever.
Hi there, Deputy. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernik.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and...
Pibernick? P-I-B... What was it?
Yes, I'm Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernik.
Pibernick. I'm sorry. Where's that from? That's got to be like Estonia or something. Pibernick. Or maybe let's look it up.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training in law enforcement.
So, actually, right when I graduated high school, I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff. Then I attended Polk State College, and then graduated from Polk State College and got sworn in as a deputy.
Slovenia. It's from Slovenia.
The road now?
Yes, I do.
And what shift do you work?
I am currently TDY to BSI, but at that time I was on Southwest Delta.
And tell the jury about what BSI is.
BSI is an unmarked unit, so we do anything as far as finding someone who's narcotics and all those other types of operations that we work on.
All right, Deputy, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2024, Sunday evening. Did you get a call to respond to a location in Auburndale reference a stabbing victim?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did.
So I received a call, which is a signal 50 from EMS, which means we have to go make sure the scene is clear before we can enter. At this time, me and my partner, Deputy Walker, were arriving on scene. We entered the scene, and at that point is when we saw Collin Griffith over his mother trying to attempt to do CPR.
Now, do you see the person that you referenced as Collin Griffith in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and say something that he's wearing for our record?
Yes. He's wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the...
He's wearing an arrogant fucking jacket and a psycho smirk. He's the one over there with resting psycho smirk.
Deputy has identified the defendant. Now, when you came into contact with the defendant, what did you do?
I then walked him outside underneath the carport area right behind his vehicle.
And were you and Deputy Walker the first two law enforcement?
Oh, I love this. Kiwi Vanderman says he's standing like a pompous king in the 12th century. Yeah, it's Richard III. Well, wouldn't be Richard III, would it? But yeah, we just need to put a crown on him. When he wins the limbo competition, he gets to keep the crown.
Enforcement responders?
Yes.
And did you both go in the house together?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first entered the house, what did you notice about the house, if anything, inside?
As I walked into the house, I immediately began to clear the house as my partner walked up to Collin Griffith. And then after clearing the house is when I walked back into the living room area, made it known that it was clear, and that is when my partner advised me to take Collin Griffith outside.
Did you notice the ear pod on the ground in the family room?
At that point, I did not.
Did you notice it at any point?
After, yes.
Now, when you were outside with the defendant, or interacting with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
When I first walked him outside, he was a little bit frantic. Seemed like something was definitely going on, and then as he began to explain what happened is when he became very calm. His demeanor completely changed.
Was that... Okay. Now, when he was talking to you, where did that take place?
Outside, underneath the carport next to his vehicle.
Nola Vine says he looks 14 years old. Yeah, like, don't you need to be able to drive to be a cop?
Now, did he explain to you...
How is he supposed to serve and protect when he's got to be studying for his SATs?
Or try to explain to you what happened?
At one point he did.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how you document what the defendant said in this case.
At the time on scene, I was documenting what he was saying by writing it on my notepad that I carry on me all the time.
So in this particular case, is it a fair statement you did not take like a tape statement? Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, is it important to you to get the words that he was saying accurate to...
Christina, funny. He's got a field hockey uniform under the cop uniform. Yeah, quick change for Jim.
Then generate a report.
Yes.
And what was it that the defendant told you?
May I refer to my report?
You may. And if it's of a length that you believe the most accurate way to state what he said is to read it, that would be acceptable under these circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Right.
No, AJ is Augustus Gloop. It's almost the right initials. AG. Yeah. He skateboarded to the scene. This cop's mom confiscates his phone after 9 p.m. Lights out at 10. Uh-oh. Silence. He's looking down. When he looks down, it's like it looks like he's playing a Game Boy. Look at it. He's on level 10 of Tetris. You can do it, man. Oh. 100% he's got a Game Boy in his lap. Oh. Now he's too young for monster drinks. That'll keep him up for days. Yeah, okay. Kiwi Vanderman, I'll give you a summary of the case. The case is against Collin... Shit, what's his fucking name? Griffith. And the charges are kidnapping and first-degree murder of his mother, who he stabbed in the neck so hard with such force that the large kitchen blade came out the other side of her neck. He called the cops. They responded. She was dead at the scene, and he was arrested for murder. This is the trial for that murder, but the previous year he shot and killed his own father and was arrested for that but never charged, as it was viewed that it was a case of self-defense, and now he's murdered his mother and claiming self-defense. With the case of his father, he shot him twice with a gun, once in the chest, once in the head. And yeah, that's pretty much the fine points of it. The mother, the defense is claiming the mother was abusive and psychotic, and there are some testimonies and pieces of evidence to show that she had some kind of imbalance, but the defense is claiming that she grabbed the knife and tried to kill Collin, and that Collin disarmed her and used the knife against her, basically. That's pretty much it. It's not a very complicated case, but the crazy thing is that the jury found him not guilty of all charges, and he's free. He's just free. Now the case with his dad is still an open case, even though it's now 2 years old, and it's in another state, Oklahoma. We're in Florida here, but they are I think, look, in light of what's happened now, in the case where he's killed another parent and is claiming self-defense, I think the open case in Oklahoma, they were still looking into it, but now are even more so looking into it because there's a pattern emerging, right? This guy kills people and claims self-defense. Both of his parents killed by his hand in separate incidences, which is, unusual. That's pretty much it, Kiwi. Oh, come on, man. Level 11. Do you think he's hit puberty yet? He's getting a hard on. He's trying to think of something not saucy. Gets a hard on every 10 minutes, this kid. Please don't make me stand up. Please, he's trying to do a belt tuck. Don't make me stand up in front of the jury. I've got a chubby. Oh.
Now, Deputy, did you interact with the defendant at all inside of the squad car, or were you just interacting with the defendant outside?
I interacted with him outside, and then once I sat with him in the vehicle, yes, there was an interaction.
And was that Deputy Walker's car?
Yes.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor? Thank you. Did the defendant give to you two different statements to you?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Oh yeah. This is an important part of it that Riding Shotgun's brought up, is that he made continuous, constant threats and expressions of desire to kill his mother. I think the exact quote was, he told his maternal grandfather, so the father of the mother, this is what he said, quote, "More than anything, I want to stab her and watch her bleed out and feel the life leaving her body," close quote. I mean, and then it happened, right?
Do you have any recording devices either on your person with all the gear you have or in your car as you're on patrol?
No, ma'am, other than just a telephone.
So a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But that can record things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you carry your cell phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record anything that you experience at a scene, right? If you weren't, say, clearing it and making sure people were safe.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for instance, in an interaction with Collin, you could have recorded that.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain James Parker.
Is that your nightstick, or are you just going through puberty? Oh look, a grown-up. Finally, a grown-up. Fury Pesto. The cop says recess, and the judge says recess, and the cop goes, "Yay!" Love it.
Afternoon.
Yeah, he's gonna go and smoke a couple of cigarettes behind the bike shed.
All right. Good afternoon, Captain Parker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Captain James Parker. I work for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Being a captain at PCFR, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the daily operations and duties of Station 39, which is off of East Main Street for Polk County Fire Rescue, meaning the engine into rescue companies that run medical calls and fires in that area.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
General high school education, and then you proceed on to a fire academy, in which you are completed from that with fire standards. Then proceed on to first responder EMT, which are semester-long programs, a year of paramedic, and then subsequent classes in driver engineer school, as well as fire officer 1, which is another 5 or 6 courses to which you can then test and get certified to be a captain.
To attain the rank of captain, did you have to come up through the ranks and work the different positions?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And how many years have you been on the job?
With Polk County Fire Rescue, this will be year 11 for me.
All right. Now, Captain Parker, during your time in your position, not necessarily just as a captain, but just in your career, have you had the opportunity to respond to many different scenes where somebody has been injured?
Yes, sir. On average, about 2,000 calls a year.
During those many, many calls, have you ever seen a victim that has been stabbed, that had a stab wound?
There's been quite a few. I'm not sure as to how many.
All right. I want to direct your attention to this case particularly. What was your responsibility as it pertains to September 8th of 2024?
My crew and myself were dispatched to a call. It was dispatched as an assault call, which is a generic code out for something that was put in through dispatch. We were responding per our policy. We stage at a short distance away until law enforcement is able to arrive on scene and make sure the scene is secured and safe. At which time we.
So, 2,000 calls a year this guy's been on. Assuming he works every single day of the year, that's more than 5 per day. I mean, so that's a lot.
We then proceed on scene and provide any medical need or necessity of the victim/patients.
Did you enter the residence to see the victim?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
We entered through the front door, went through the living room area, back into the kitchen, at which point they were escorting the accused out of the residence. The victim herself was laying on the kitchen floor, supine, and we were in a pool of blood.
What does supine mean?
On her back.
Now, did she have any signs of life whatsoever?
No, sir.
The pale color, what is that indicative of?
Typically of blood loss or poor circulation.
Did she check for a pulse and her vitals and whatnot?
Yes, sir. Per usual, we arrive on scene, check the patient's responsiveness. She was not responsive, to which I could then tell she was not breathing. A pulse was checked for and not obtained, as she did not currently have one. CPR was initiated for a brief few seconds until further extended.
I asked this earlier, riding shotgun, whether the grandma was a state witness or a defense witness, and I think it could be both. I can't imagine the state not calling her, but it sounds like that she was much more supportive of the defense. So I guess we'll see. I don't have the answer for you, but I think we're going to go on to day 2, at least start day 2 after this. I think this is the last witness. Yeah, this is the last witness of day 1. We'll go on to day 2.
Injuries could be checked, and then it was determined among the crew and myself that the injuries were not sustainable.
So, based upon the severity of the stab wounds, was there anything you could further do for her?
No, sir.
Now, what can you tell the jury about what you saw pertaining to the stab wound?
The stab wound itself did not seem to be very wide. It was kind of narrow in size. Upon further inspection after starting the CPR, it was obvious that every time I did a compression, there was air that was coming through the wound itself. So it was obviously pretty deep. It looked like a lot of the vasculature and the stuff inside of the wound itself was very obvious and could be seen, and that it had cut major areas such as the arteries.
What was the terminology you used? The vascular? What is that?
Vasculature, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Meaning the tissue and stuff surrounding.
So the inside of her neck was apparent. You could actually see what was inside?
Yes, sir.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
From my personal experience, it was a little odd in nature. He didn't seem very distraught or upset. He seemed kind of calm upon my entering the residence. And then upon exiting the residence, he seemed to almost have a, not a full argument, but somewhat argumentative with the deputies that were trying to assist him out of the residence.
Now, during the 11 years when you've interacted with different people at a scene similar to this, I mean, is there any one way to act, or do you see it all?
No, it's different for each person.
Okay. Was the way that you described the defendant's demeanor, did that stand out? Did that stand out compared to the other scenes you've been to?
Yeah, that's not. I mean, like I said, I've seen several, and to be distraught, to be upset, or to be in tears or even hysterical is pretty common. I would say that's what I see most of the time, and he didn't seem to be any of those.
All right, Captain Parker, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Cross.
Captain Parker, do you have any psychological training?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You did say that there is no one right way for somebody to act after they've been through either a fight or a traumatic experience, right?
I did say that.
So you cannot say what was going on inside of Collin's mind or heart when you saw him, can you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say what was going on inside of him.
And you have no idea what he's been through in his life and what coping mechanisms he has devised or that he has had to come up with to survive those things, do you?
No, ma'am, I've never met him before this.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened in that kitchen before you arrived, do you?
No, ma'am, I cannot speculate as to that.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Kiwi. He looks like fucking Anchorman. He's not wearing any pants under the podium, under the witness box. He walks out in his underwear. Boxers.
Captain Parker, was the stab wound that you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by somebody?
I would think so.
Was the stab wound consistent with the victim? Well, this is what you're paid to ask?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
No objection, Your Honor.
Started. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the last witness
One more
for
witness.
today will be Polk County Fire Rescue Paramedic Collin Mullen.
Step right here with your right hand, just warn about that.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth?
He's got a long back. This could be limbo title. Better watch out, Mr. Levine.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Step up here, watch your step. Signature.
That it is, sir. Read it.
All right. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Mullen, Owenmullen.
That looks just like Mr. Chicken from Sarah Boone's
Firefighter paramedic for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
So I started in New York State in about 2017, 2018 as a firefighter EMT. I became
back,
paramedic in
Beverly.
2021. I moved here in 2022, actually 2023. I've worked at Polk County Fire Rescue since I moved here.
And in your current position, what are your responsibilities?
So on my career, I'm the lead paramedic. I work on the ambulance, so I make patient care decisions.
And was that what you were working September 8th of last year?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you responded to the crime scene in this case.
We were dispatched to, I believe, an assault call. While we were responding to there, we got information on our dispatch that the patient had gotten an injury to her neck. She was bleeding. She was not conscious. And the dispatch was giving the caller life-saving instructions. And then we were going to stage in the area for a police to secure the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to actually go inside the house?
Yeah, once the deputies cleared the scene, we went in, and I found the patient in the kitchen.
What did you notice about the patient?
She was lying face up. She had a wound in her neck. It was narrow and very deep, and she was no longer bleeding. She was not conscious.
And from the very deep wound, did you have any further thoughts about the nature of the wound?
You could see all the way back to her neck very easily. You could see her vasculature, her muscle tissue were obviously visible, and that type of injury is incompatible with life.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant's demeanor on scene?
I did not directly interact with him, but when I did notice him, he was outside talking with the deputies. He did not appear upset, and he was almost kind of annoyed with their questioning of him.
Yeah, believe that.
Have you been to other scenes where somebody's family member, spouse, or close friend has been killed?
Yes, very frequently.
All right. And what do you typically see there?
Typically, they'd be very upset and hysterical, although it is different for every person.
Did the defendant's demeanor seem out of the ordinary to you?
Yes.
Were you the one that eventually declared the victim officially deceased?
Yes.
And at what time was that?
I believe at 18:27.
That be 6:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that? I understand that's the official time you write down, but is it a fair statement that she could have been dead? Obviously, before that time. That's just when you declared her dead.
Yes, that time is when we called on the radio, and I declared her deceased.
What happens
but
if
her actual time of death could have been before that.
Okay, gotcha. Do you declare a time of death if you arrive to a scene like a day or two after somebody's been dead?
Yes, because we are normally the first medical provider that sees that person, and usually when we declare that's the time of death that stays with the patient, unless of some other circumstances.
Okay, so as you said earlier, though, the patient could have died, in a general sense, minutes, hours, days before. Correct. Not in this particular case, but just in general sense?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-exam.
Mr. Mullen, how many Polk County Fire Rescue personnel entered the kitchen?
We had a crew of 5 on my crew. I have a partner on the ambulance, and we had 3 on the engine, so I believe all 5 of us had entered, so I believe 5.
5 people entered the actual kitchen?
Correct.
And how many people laid hands on or got close enough to apply, like, the little stickers we see on Ms. Griffith's body?
Myself, my captain who just testified, and then one of my firefighter EMTs had placed those stickers on. Those are the 3 I know. I don't believe anyone else actually had touched her directly.
The area where she was laying was quite confined, right?
Yes.
And the scene was messy when you arrived,
Yes.
as far as blood?
Yes.
Today, while you were waiting to testify, did you talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, say your partner or the captain or the deputies who also responded and cleared the scene for you?
Not exactly. You're just making conversation.
Didn't talk about this case at all?
We talked about the case, but not what we were going to say.
Okay. Thanks.
Redirect.
No, further.
Is the witness released?
Another thing this attorney, Miss Thornhill, Amy Thornhill, I think it is, does well, and she did it right in opening statement. She leaves space. She didn't say thank you at the end of her opening statement. Can't remember the final quote. It was something like, she said, the right answer is an answer of not guilty. And then she held the space for a moment, didn't run away like we saw someone else do the other day, and then looked at the jury and then walked away. Just gave it that space, that final thought. There was no need to end with a thank you. I really liked that, and she just did it again here with the okay, thanks. You know, she's she's conveying doubt in what he said. He said, we did talk about the case, but we didn't say what we were going to say. She left a little bit of a moment and then said, okay, thanks. Just, you know, she puts messages in empty space, in empty spaces. And that is good. That is good. If you can do that effectively, you let the jury fill in the blanks. You know, you're not pushing it. That's very good. It's subtle. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Miss Darling, for our wonderful, what are we calling this? Vote with a super chat for the showdown. It's going to be a showdown.
That will be the last witness that the state has to present here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up for your late day yesterday. We're going to end a little bit early today.
But I don't want to mislead anyone. I don't want to. I'm not going to set out on a mission to bring the defense rests over to my thinking. It's just going to be sort of an exchange, or you know. I am curious to know what element that, you know, what are the three elements that the defense rests can put forward that will support her, as she says, being firmly in the camp of not guilty, self-defense, da-da-da-da-da. Because I haven't got any of that.
Almost 3:30. Please remember, you're not to even begin thinking about how you might decide this case or form any opinions about the case. Of course, don't talk to anyone about it or look anything up. Please enjoy your evening. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please.
All rise, please. All rise for the jury. Day 2. I like the judge. I trust the judge. What do judges get paid? It's got to be... It's not going to be like super money, is it? It's like maybe 300 grand a year. $500,000 a year.
Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Anything we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Judge, Mr. Levine and I discussed yesterday some of the exhibits that I think might be...
Yeah, I like the judge. He's not pompous at all, is he? I think I could go to lunch with the judge, you know, and you know, he'd order something modest, you know, just I'll try the chicken salad.
And I have objections to just two of them. I don't know when would be appropriate to address it.
Is it something that's going to be lengthy argument?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead.
Some judges would be like, I'll have the hot smart omelet with goat's cheese, goat's cheese and red peppers. Egg whites. I'll have the hot smart omelet with egg whites, goat's cheese, and red peppers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what exhibit numbers they are.
It's going to be a couple of videos there are that are relatively short. I can pull those out there. They're going to be witnesses for later today.
Okay. And before I see them, what's the issue?
210. Is that it? Is that it? Shitload of benefits, though, right? Not just the pension. They've got stationery, lots of stationery, lunch, paid.
Hearsay. There's snippets that are taken out of a larger conversation. One of them is just Deputy Jankowski asking Kathy Griffith the domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before? It's just that with no context.
Now we're going to find out if the limbo champ, he's changed his suit. Will he be able to stand up like a normal person? Maybe it was the suit. We don't know. No, now he's leaning the other way. Now
The domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before?
Yes, some judges go for lunch and they're like, yes, I'll have the pan-seared ahi with sesame tempura string beans.
Just that with no context.
Judge Abney's like, French toast. French toast. That's it. Of course I want powdered sugar.
At all. It is one of several clips that are coming in from that day. And then the second one is a female deputy, and I don't remember her name, talking to Kathy Griffith in the road after they decided to take Collin to a big
Yeah. That's why Judge Everett's, who said this? C. Malone says, leftover desserts brought in for the jury. That's why Judge Everett always volunteers for cleanup duty. I got it.
Facility.
Shoveling great handfuls of pudding.
And the officer explaining why they were taking him to the Baker Act facility despite her.
Just kidding. Everyone knows I love Judge Everett, but I love him as much as he loves pudding, okay?
Him to stay with her. The deputy talks a lot about, I'm afraid he's going to kill you, and things like that. Also hearsay.
Your Honor, we'll start with the first exhibit, which will be, for the record, 189.
And which one is that?
That's going to be the first one you were talking about.
Okay.
Look at the way he walks. The way he walks, never letting one vertebrae go astray, is he? You know, it's all for the competition, the championship. Big final coming up. Watch him. Oh man, his chiropractor's going to be so proud when he sees that. Yep, just like I taught him. We're going to win this thing. The limbo, not the case. Just the focus involved. You know, his whole mind is on his spine.
Couple quick yes or no questions.
Just quickly, thank you, Molly, for the wonderful super chat for our goal at the top of the chat, guys, to do a debate, to do a showdown with the defense rests.
Questions I almost forgot before we go. Has he ever used a weapon against you or threatened you with a weapon?
Yes.
And has he ever threatened to kill you or your children? And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And has he ever placed his hands or an object around your throat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Couple quick yes or no questions. I almost.
Mr. Levine, as to the admissibility of that video.
Yes, sir. And this comes from November 13th of 2023 at approximately 10:20 p.m. It's related to the domestic violence battery case that took place the same time. This is part of that subject matter, and this would be admissible, Your Honor, under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule, because it goes directly to the victim's state of mind as it pertains to the defendant. And out-of-court statements are admissible under the state of mind exception if, one, the statement shows the declarant's future intent to perform an act that is at issue in the case, or two, the statement shows the declarant's state of mind when the statement was made, or at any other time when the state is when that state.
I don't think that was the grandmother. I think that was the mother, Neverly Darling, on the recording.
Is an issue in the case. This is particularly true when the purported statements to a third party were made by a homicide victim. And then the case law goes on to hold, in this I'm reading from Kingery v. State, 523 Southern 2nd, 1199. It says, indeed, a homicide victim's purported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in three general categories in which the need for the statements appears to overcome the possible prejudice. These categories are: one, the defendant claims self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number two, the defendant claims the victim committed suicide, which can be rebutted by statements of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be relevant as well here. Number three, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be. So I would say there's an argument for all three of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all three of those things.
Yeah, on the format of our run-through Collin Griffith trial, I'm going to go through the whole thing. If we do get a witness that's obviously just dry, we'll skip it. But I want to go through it like chronologically. I don't know when the grandma is, but we'll certainly get there. And it's going to be, it's going to be quick. We're not going to do this whole video now. We might get through half of it or so. But if we aim to get 2 days of trial done per day, I think the trial was 6 days. So, yeah, we should be good by Monday, Tuesday.
So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in.
But if you miss the grandmother Christina. I'll be sure to send you a link on Discord if you're not here when we get there.
About Kathy's statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for two reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2020.
Yeah, he's a prosecutor. He's a prosecutor. A prosecutor. Prosecution for the state of Florida. That just sounds like prostitution. Yeah, thank you, C. Malone, for the super sticker. Acapella says, I don't know on what day it was that she was on the stand. Neither do I, Acapella.
23, so 10 months before the incident at issue here. And he's asking about past events. That, I think, is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past incidences, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions, her fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out it's not just past incidents. One of the most telling things, and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law and the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for, not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that talk about, and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, etc., that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded. So I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to her statements about her fear of the future.
So I will grant your oral motion in limine in part. Mr. Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible, but only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So I don't know if you'll be able to get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following today.
What's the next piece?
Oh, the second one is the county talking to the deputy.
Your Honor, that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
Yeah, you're on
What
So they're going to wipe testimony both from Catherine and Griffith.
what date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, and that it's
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
Oh.
That one, the one that I was explaining, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and.
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
And what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
November 14th, 2023.
It's going to be from 8:20 in the morning.
Hi, Keith.
Because we want what's right for him, but we also want,
I know,
but we
you guys
have
are
an
trying to
obligation to
protect
protect him.
I understand.
And protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that
I know, he beat the shit out of us.
Yeah.
I know.
And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful, and then 4 hours later, you're recording because recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording going to do? What's the recording? It's not bringing you back. You'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task, man, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail and saying, if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
Yeah.
If we don't do something.
If you bring me back there, she's gonna die. More than anything, I want to stab her and watch the blood. No, what was it? More than anything, I want to stab her and watch her bleed out and feel the life leave her body. Yeah, so move back in. Move back in. No. Send him away. Lock the door.
Shame on us.
Get a great big fucking dog, okay? Big dog.
Yeah, then we're not.
Shame on us that
Then
we
we
did our
failed.
job and we failed you. And I'm not failing you. Nor am I going to fail your son.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, same arguments as it pertains to the state of mind exception as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception with her responses to what the deputies are saying as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect, and her agreeing with the deputies regarding her, she should be concerned and is concerned about the future violence that he will perpetrate on her. So I would argue that that's admissible as well, Your Honor.
Judge, this was many hours after the domestic violence battery incident. Collin had gone to the jail. As I indicated in opening, he had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and deputies were called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker acted because he threatened her. I don't know that that's what's established here. The second thing is that most of this is the deputy offering her opinions about what might happen, and I understand Kathy Griffith saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
No, the mother was 13 when she got pregnant with his older brother. So she's still very young. She could be... In some pictures, they look like a couple.
Say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both visibly, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement, and then her saying, I know, I know, I know. So that's critical to her statements making sense in the context of what precedes them, of what the deputies say. She can either agree, and when I say she, Kathy could either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you could tell what her response is as it pertains to, in relationship to what the deputies are saying and her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded. Any other evidentiary issues we need to take up right now?
No, Collin is spelt with one L in England. But Collins, like the surname, like our good friend Annie Zanone, is two L's. This is the first time I've ever seen a first name, Collin with two L's. I don't know. I thought everyone was spelling it wrong, but that is how it is.
No. Mr. Levine? No. All right. We're ready.
Could I have just 1 minute to put this back in order, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Like Joan Collins. There's got to be some parents out there with the surname Collins that just said, fuck it. We're calling him Collin. Collin Collins. I wonder what he's drinking. Gin. Neat gin. Bombay Sapphire. A whole pint of Bombay Sapphire. Okay, skipping the silence, let's go to the witness. Come on.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Baines. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, BrandiBange,
And where are you employed?
at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What's
Brandy Bange. I like it.
your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Brandy Bange the Barn Owl. Some glasses make certain people's faces look like an owl, don't they?
Tell the jury about what that means.
Look at that. Twit-twoo. Twit-twoo. The wisest bird of prey in the woods.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11
The judge is like, brandy? Where? Get me a brandy.
years.
And tell the jury about your education and training experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF. I have a certificate.
Brandy Baines with a bachelor's Barnell degree. Anything with a B, she's happy with.
In crime scene from Hillsborough Community College. And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during your career?
I'm an expert I studied ornithology, feathers, and small woodland animals. Specialty in voles.
I don't know.
Is it in the hundreds?
Probably, yes.
Or 100 or more?
Yes, yes.
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes?
Yes.
And scenes of violent crimes?
Yes.
All right, now, Investigator Baines, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when we first get to a crime scene, we want
When's your birthday, Addie? I'll never forget. I'm really good at that game.
to document it the way it is when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Earlier, the jury heard from Investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
And what caught your attention about, as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen, what caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house, there was an air pod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod, or earbud, I should say, on the floor.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then an air.
No one needs to invest in like genuine Apple AirBud pod, whatever it is. I got these JBLs the other day for like a third of the price, and they're fantastic. I never want to take them out. It's like my ears have been replaced.
Pod case, and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see the victim?
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound on her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw and the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish that.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house, and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right. Okay. But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, look, we got another Aries for you, Neverly darling. Run with the Rams.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene. So it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer, and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's it's almost kind of like an RV, but it's made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured or killed?
Yes.
And how do they usually act?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
When you came into contact with the defendant,
if you took this cop out to eat and you say, listen, anywhere you like, just say your favorite place or your favorite cuisine and we're going, what would it be? Is anyone else thinking Chinese buffet? You know, with one of those plates in the middle of the table that spit those like big spinning, you know. Definitely Chinese buffet. What's her favourite dish? Orange peel beef.
then how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Did that surprise you?
Objection, relevance.
Now, describe to the jury, what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him, and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
If you could speak up just a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So
If you could answer that question again, please.
yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him, and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible parts of his body and or clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes, and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you present when somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms and hands?
No.
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so, because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
No, I did not.
All right. You mentioned, what did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails. And we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now, his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So it did appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Sustained.
in terms of the buckle swabs,
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
in terms of the buckle swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buckle swabs are and how you accomplish those.
Sneaky limbo, right? Yeah, so it appears that all the blood must have been from his mother. How would you know? He could have been helping a cow give birth.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is their agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs at the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124?
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move 100 through 124 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing and just to show how it was that day.
And did you have an opportunity to see State Exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and shoes?
Yes, I have seen the pictures, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
Oh, you're correct.
So what are the exhibits?
I'm sorry, I couldn't read my own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to that?
No, sir.
I couldn't read my own writing? The fuck? It's because you were looking at it upside down. When you wrote it, you were you were doing some limbo exercises.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are.
She's the forensics for the sheriff's department. She does the buccal swabs. She takes the blood samples, swabs, and all that sort of stuff.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have apparent blood on his shoes.
What about his?
I wouldn't say she's CSI. That's she's not an investigator. She's a forensics technician, I guess you'd say.
Shorts. Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall? Front or back?
It was on the front.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you. Number 100, that's the defendant?
Yes.
Man, I wonder how much those waffles cost now at Racy Delanes? It must be like $15, huh?
One.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look on your, is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And
if you're a philosophy student ordering an $8 cup of coffee, you know, what would Plato have to say about that? What would Socrates have to say about that? What would Aristotle have to say about that?
see where I'm pointed. Is that what would appear to be some blood on his glasses?
Yes.
So you know that mouse allows you to point as well if you need
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury that the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102.
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104.
Yes, this is just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105.
A side profile of his whole body.
106.
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
I think that's 107, I'm sorry. 108.
This is the back of his whole body.
109.
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110.
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
111.
This is a picture of his shoe, his left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes, there were.
And any idea how those marks got there?
I don't know.
Or when they got there?
I don't know.
111. Does he mention the blood on the shoes?
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the jury's benefit, point with that red arrow where you see blood?
Sure. So there's apparent blood in this area here, and then there's more apparent.
That's an interesting point. Christina, the defense must be conflicted about this verdict. Well, you would hope. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe we've done. What have we done? We didn't think that would actually work. We just wanted to get a good review on Yelp. We've let a killer loose. I don't know. I mean, the thing about trusting the system is really the onus is on the jury, right? The job of the defense is to ensure the appropriate level of protection for not just their client, but all defendants. All defendants within the system. There needs to be someone holding prosecutions to standard. And the way that the system allows for that is for a what is the word? It's getting late. A good defense. What is the fucking word I'm looking for? A rigorous defense. That's the standard. That's the presumption of innocence that must be overcome by the state. That's the protections are for everybody. So really, it's not the fault of the defense counsel that he's let loose. It's the jury's fault. They should be conflicted. They should have deliberated. 12 people all came to that conclusion. It's incredible. I mean, the defense rests. The lady from defense rests is the only person I've heard even entertain a notion that this was not a sadistic murder. But yet 12 people voted for justifiable, excusable homicide on the grounds of self-defense. So yeah, I don't know how the defense counsel feel.
Blood here, and then there's some here, and you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it, and then it's on the bottom here.
112.
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on his below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
113. It's at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114.
That's a close-up of the apparent abrasion.
115.
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh.
Yeah, we're coming up to last call for those coffees, guys. Well, we got 33 minutes left until 5 hours. Try to keep it to 5 hours, right? No one wants to stream more than 5 hours.
Fresh.
And when you got some real troopers in here tonight, though. I mean, we usually do, but yeah, it's great that so many of you stay for the long haul.
Say fresh, like how fresh?
In the last day.
Robust. Yeah, I'll go for that. Rigorous and robust.
Were you able to tell how those marks were caused?
No.
$116.
This is his right forearm, and there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
117.
That's his left forearm, and you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have...
Yeah, I'd imagine the jurors are laying low as well, because, you know, when they're in trial and when they're in deliberations, they're told, don't look at the media, don't, you know, all that stuff. So they don't have a sense of the very global opinion that this was a miscarriage of justice. But they fucking do now, don't they? So I don't think they're going to be going on Nancy Grace anytime soon.
Cut themselves or mark themselves?
Objection.
118.
This is the palm of his hand. This is his other palm.
And is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Objection is characterization.
Sustained.
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right, I did not see any wounds on his hands.
Going back to 118, so that's 118.
Do you think this woman owns one of those big gloves? Those big leather gloves that falconers wear?
18 and 119.
Yes.
Besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120?
Yes, the tops of his hands, yes.
And 121.
Yes, this is a close-up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No.
What about neither in 121? Is that correct?
I'm going to skip
No, I
to
didn't see
the
any.
defense. She's freaking looks like she's incubating an egg. Keep it warm.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
Investigator Bange, the blood on the step that you pointed out to the jury, that was never tested, correct?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of it being tested?
I'm not aware of it, no.
And you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you said you didn't arrive until many hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because the 911 call came in at about 6:10 p.m.?
Right. We arrived on scene, but I didn't go into the residence until much later, yes.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was? You may have already said. I'm sorry if I don't.
I can look at my report. I believe it was around. I got there at 7:22.
So over an hour after the 911 call came in.
Yes.
Collin was already outside of the house when you arrived?
He was not inside the house. I don't know where he was.
And EMS had already, or Polk County Fire Rescue had already been to the house, been inside the house, stomped around, did life-saving actions, and then left, correct?
Yes, I believe they went into the house, from my knowledge, yes.
You also said that Collin, at some point you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just now in court.
Oh, okay, so you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear, you're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, that's possible, yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife far away from him, he could have gotten blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses?
I don't know.
But it's possible, right?
It's possible.
The blood on the bottom of the flip-flop, you didn't really talk about that. You talked mostly about the blood on the shoes that were collected from Collin. But there was, in fact, blood on the bottom of one of the flip-flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was.
And finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event?
Sure.
So that's one possibility here, too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She flies off.
I forgot I do have one other question.
You may.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
The photo of Collin from inside the trailer, there's a mark on his torso about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect now, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
She's still free to go.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Free to go back to the darkest part of the woods. A place where the light doesn't touch.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
I don't mean to rip on her, she's a very nice cop, very good with the facts, and loves the Chinese buffet. Takes fortune cookies very seriously, and I like people that look like owls. They're very wise.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with the Polk County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
Now, let's talk about specifically in this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
I don't think that's correct. Neverly says, so the mother fell on the knife with her neck and jury thought that was plausible. No, I don't think that they said it was like an accident. They said that she threatened to kill him, attacked him with a knife, and he took the knife and defended himself by stabbing her in the neck. I mean, again, with the shooting the dad thing, a bullet to the chest, that's enough. You don't need to then shoot him in the head, okay? If defending your life, you've dealt with the threat, if there was a threat, which there probably wasn't, or if there was, it was like, hey, can you clean up the fucking candy wrappers from your room because you're attracting roaches and ants, dickhead. And build those shelves. You don't need to shoot him in the head. You shoot him in the chest, if there's a threat, which there wasn't, and then run away. And if you need to defend yourself against your mother, just taking the knife would be enough, wouldn't it? You've now got the knife. Let's say that his story is the mother grabbed the knife and attacked him with the knife. And he took the knife. He's now got the knife. And she's got nothing. Right? So why stab her in the neck? And if you absolutely need to, say if she picked up a bat, why not stab in the leg or the abdomen or the... why do you have to stab in the neck and with such force that the knife goes straight through and comes out the other side of the neck? I mean, that's like from a fucking Japanese horror movie that's banned in the US, right? Ichi the Killer or Shogun Assassin. It's like, what the fuck?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy in layman's terms. And they examine the body, and we take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give us a frozen in time picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples, we take inked impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube, and then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings, we can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right. Now, in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, for further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs, State Exhibit 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So if September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday, you went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garabin perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State Exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
With permission from the court, may I publish the photos? Thank you.
What's the Blue Lagoon? I need to look that up, C. Malone.
All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith as she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And typical victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127. 128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hang on. How old?
Did you have an 127, 128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 100.
She's 39. He was 17. So, what is that? Shit. 5. No. 12. 22.
26 pounds.
Yes, sir.
126 pounds.
39 years old.
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
I wish they said the height as well.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open, gaping wound?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134. Is that a close-up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
Yes, sir.
And that pointer, or the metal rod that's going in through the entry wound of the knife wound and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck, who put that there?
Dr. Garavan.
And is that able to show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
And they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound?
Yes, sir.
Now, 137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the internal organs that he or she feels is important?
Yes, sir.
And does this the metal pipe that goes through the esophagus and or trachea, was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does that also show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next we have 138. Did you notice a wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers between her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138. 139. And is it a fair statement that's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound?
Yes, sir.
140. Next we move to 141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as well?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands?
Yes, sir.
And her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150. Some bruising apparent on her shins or the front of her legs as well?
Yes, sir.
$152, $153, $154, $155.
Fucking riveting as ever, Mr. I guess day 2 is pretty dry, all in all. Who's this? Should we skip? How long have we got left? We've only got 9 minutes left. Well, it looks like it's going to be a short cross. I guess we'll just stay with it.
All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
That's the problem with this prosecutor, C. Malone, is that he goes off on this horror story vibe. The knife went through... I don't know. He goes through all the medical, the trachea and the epidermis and the thyroid gland, and you know he does it with all of this big dramatic stuff, and the jury's like, okay, so she got stabbed in the neck then. You know, it just, for me, other juries, you know, everyone's different, but for me, if a prosecutor's focusing so hard on like grossing me out and shocking me, it makes me think that you're overselling, you know? Just tell me the details. Well, not you know, I mean, tell me the... Don't embellish. Don't fucking overstate it to make me recoil in horror. It makes me think you're covering something up.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors.
Yes,
right? And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing...
Pretty much all of it, I should think.
Resulted in 126 pounds. That was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Michael Schneider.
So, I think we'll leave it before we start another witness, but just there on the blood, she's saying that the weight, you know, 126 pounds it's pretty light, I guess, for a 39-year-old woman. I don't think in pounds, so forgive me if that's wrong. So 150 to 180 pound adults will have approximately 1.2 to 1.5 gallons of blood. So let's say she has 1.2 gallons. How much is that weigh? 1.2 gallons in weight. Gallons to pounds. these are the liquid categories that you can convert for the weight: water, beer, cider, crude oil, diesel, gasoline, honey, ice cream, jet fuel, milk, olive oil, orange juice, paint, propane, and vegetable oil. So what's closest to blood? Let's just say beer. So that would be 10 pounds and 1.8 ounces. So not much of a difference. If she lost all the blood in her body, she'd still only be 136 pounds with the blood in her body. And obviously she didn't lose all the blood in her body. So I guess we'll wrap it up there. I'm going to take a note of the time code. 1 hour, 26 minutes. 1 hour, 26 minutes. Day 2. Okay, so what time is it? Man, oh man. 2 a.m. in the east. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. We'll try and get on earlier tomorrow. Let's aim for 7 o'clock Eastern, 7 p.m. That's 1900 hours for all you military people. Yes. Thank you. So many people in the chat, and super sticker givers, and supporters on buymeacoffee.com, and subscribers, and members, and moderators, and everybody. So nice. Always enjoy talking to you guys. So many great comments. Yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow with more of this crazy fucking kid. I wonder if he's on social media. Should we try and find his Instagram? We need to keep an eye on this one, you know. How long is it going to be? I just want these Oklahoma guys to get it done, man. Get him back in custody. The whole country's going to be better off with this kid put away. Yeah, okay. Love you and leave you. We are signing off. Okay, good night, guys. True Crime Metrix out.